This video is proudly sponsored by Christocentric Rentals.
The distance of the lens to the subject is also important when you're looking at subject isolation. So don't get confused. Look at something. If I'm close to her this way and I take a shot, my background will blur. All right, even at, of course, 1.4. If I back up this way and I take a shot of her again, my background wouldn't be as blurry as it used to be because of the relationship I had with her before. I was close. And so it compresses the background in a way. It makes it closer. It draws her closer. Sorry, the background closer to her. If I go back and I'm including a lot more in the frame, the background will come in there more visible than isolated. We'll try it out for us to see that. So the position of the lens relative to the subject affects the shallow depth of field. Also, the position of the subject relative to the background also changes the shallow depth of field. The second most important thing you have to also consider if you are taking pictures of a person is the skin tone. That is the game changer over here. If you mess up with the skin tone, like for instance, I'm going to do, if I do it this way, she looks like an alien. You get me? So this is really wrong. So you have to make sure that your skin tone is also preserved very well. So yeah, officially we are starting. All right, so good, is it morning? It's still morning, right? It's not 12 yet. Yeah, good morning. Hope you're all well. Yeah, it rained and it stalled us. But I knew so definitely won't be very late. Most definitely. But I mean, kudos to Rich for mobilizing you guys. That's something that I normally want to do to help out the industry because everybody sees photography to be simple, right? But there are other things that you might want to achieve, but sometimes it's very difficult to figure out what exactly was done by whoever you looked at. And we are going to look at certain things, but particularly we are looking at outdoor photography today. Okay, mainly because with studio it's very easy. Personally, I love to shoot outdoor because it gives me a plethora of options. When you step out, you see backgrounds, you see everything. The moment you change the angle of where your camera is pointing at, the background becomes different. In contrast to, let's say, a studio, you have control over light, where you can position light as you please, you can change your setup, but you are secluded to just one spot. But with natural light and shooting outdoor, you can move around and feel free. You realize that most of the beautiful pictures, most often than not, comes from travel photographers, portrait photographers who shoot outdoors, street photography, and all the rest. So I want us to give ourselves that huge challenge where we step out into the open and take pictures and see how we can work with the elements, be it the wind, be it the sun, as excruciating as it might be. Hopefully, I pray that the sun really comes out. We all go out there, then we see how best we can make do with, the light and see what light is coming from at what time of day, because, the position of the sun changes according to the hours as it moves. So these are the things that we are particularly going to look at to see how best we can harness the sun, can harness the backgrounds that we might have access to and everything else. Okay, so today is going to be a very fun shoot. I don't know. If you don't know me, I am Kobbyshots, a photographer, filmmaker, YouTuber, content creator, tutor, I'll put it that way. And what I do is, I do everything creative media, and I also love to inspire the youth to actually bring up their best so that, we look at photography as, or should I say, anything that has to do with cameras as something worth our while. Because most often than not, I find a lot of the youth not being able to convince their parents to get them into the media space, unless you can make money and show it to them and sometimes share it with them. But I mean, for the most part, this is a creative space where you are not stuck to just a particular algorithm, but you can, make do with anything. In photography, I always say that there's no mistake anywhere, unless probably the shot that you took, you deem it so to be a problem or to be a mistake. So for instance, I can shoot a picture and my background can be blown out, but my subject is well lit. You can see my side. Probably my subject was in the shade. Maybe the background over there was blasting in sunlight. To me, I like to, blow out the background so that it doesn't give me distraction. Probably what I preferred was to prioritize my subject to be well lit or to be well exposed. So in the end, you realize that I'm going to lose or miss out on what? Or to miss out on the background detail or something more than that. So it's what you would, calculate as a risk and what you compensate for and what you compromise over. So there are a lot of things that you have to think through. So of course, I always say that photography should be intended. You need to know exactly what you want to achieve before you shoot it, so that once you're able to create into a visual what you envisioned, that makes you a better photographer. There's something that I actually had a video on that I spoke about, that photography today has become something, I think, because of technological advancements. Now photography has become very easy. The mirrorless cameras out there, the DSLRs and the rest. Today they make it very easy to work with, because most often than not, you can even put it on auto mode and make it work for you as you wish. But when you are looking at understanding the gear or the tool that you're using, you need to, of course, understand how to work with it without its influence or without it influencing your output. So most often than not, I will always inspire and entreat photographers starting out, intermediary or advanced, to always shoot in manual mode, so that they know exactly what they are doing, to know why I had to push this or to set it this way or set it that way. So there are a lot of things that we have to consider. We are going to look at the settings of the camera. We are going to be primarily shooting in manual mode. Then we'll look at how to pose our models up against what they wear and the background to see the synergy we can create. And also, of course, when the questions come in, you'll know exactly what the challenges are. Then we can rectify or beat them. So basically, that's what we're going to do over here. And I would say that this formally the introduction that we're going to do. So if anyone has a question or two, you can bring it up, then we can talk about it. Yeah. So I think we can take maybe 2 or 3 because our time is kind of like, constrained. Then we can set out over there and go and start working. So I would treat you guys to ask questions, your expectations and probably what you have challenges in, then we can look at them and prioritize them. So yeah, so the floor is yours. Okay.
All right. So
you mentioned your name first, of course.
All right, sure. So I'm Jaden Setoji. Jaden Setoji.
Jaden.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so please I'll ask, you choosing photography as a career, what was the initial plan? Was it just for the money? As that is usual as well. But is it just for the money or for the fun too as well?
Okay, of course. I mean, we need clients to save our lives, and we need money to be able to fuel our passion. Your passion might not necessarily give you money today, but because you have the passion to practice it, it makes you harness your skills or hone your skills to be able to do it better. Then, when you realize that people are loving your work, and probably, first of all, what made me realize that I could actually make money out of this. Initially, it was just passion. I won't lie. Just passion. I just love, because I was in school, so I wasn't the one making ends meet to take care of myself in school. My dad was giving me, pocket money and stuff like that. So I was thinking about doing photography by enjoying it. So as I went ahead, one day I was just invited over to take pictures of our church on campus, PAX. So we had administration, Heralds of Honor, the drama team from CCR, and we had administration to do. So with that administration, because they knew that I had a camera with me, they didn't cast me to play any role in the drama, but they just wanted me to document the imagery. So once I did that, I sent it to the IT team. They loved it. And from there, I realized that if anybody was even doing something as little as, let's say, a birthday party session or whatever, they just called on me to come through. Then I think the first time I made money was maybe 150 cedis. This was maybe 2016, yeah. Come again? It was huge. It was huge. Trust me, like 150. Because 150, you could do so much with it, unlike today. But it made me realize that I could actually look at this as a career pathway. Because initially, to satisfy academic, requirements, I would use my phone to take pictures of, let's say, food photography or whatever. I'll just submit it. In the end, once it's vibrant enough, and I was introduced also to Photoshop, so I would just push and tweak vibrance and all that to pop certain colors. But when I realized that I could use the camera to get something better by virtue of maybe certain exposures to, watching videos on YouTube to get inspired, I realized that I could actually do something even better than my phone. Then, when it came after, as a ripple effect, where people were contacting me to shoot their events, maybe sometimes birthday parties, church programs and all, I was now exposed to the number of people who could see me to be somebody they can hire for whatever it is that they pleased. So we worked on a lot of projects. And it followed up like that. And once we were out of school, most of them were getting married because, of course, it is me they remembered or they would recognize, because I started even my YouTube channel and my Instagram page. 2015, that's when I got introduced to Instagram. Then I created a portfolio. That's where people saw me, and people were booking me here and there, but particularly from the domestic space, which was my church. And that's how it worked. So initially it was just passion. Then I realized I made my first 150 CDs, and I realized I could actually make money from it. Now, when someone called me, I could actually put a price on it. And then, 150 CDs wasn't bad. When I made my first 500 CDs to even purchase something, I was really glad, because today, at that point, I realized that I was making money from what I had learned. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So that's actually what started the whole thing. It was just passion. Then I transcended into seeing it as a commodity or a career pathway. And now today, I do much more than just capturing events and all. I can even put things together, and of course, like you are here today, can share my experiences with you. Yeah, so that's how I started. Yeah, Vaughn? Okay.
Okay, so let me ask one more question.
We only have 3 slots. Our time. Okay, go ahead.
Let me give it to you.
Okay. Oh, is it a follow-up?
Yeah, follow up.
Okay, maybe then I can just encapsulate that with yours.
Okay,
then.
so please, I would like to ask, maybe you starting as a beginner, maybe, excuse me to say, there were lots of things that you didn't know. So how were you able to cope with that as compared to now that you knew you can actually put this style into this to get this kind of effect?
Okay.
And then where was some mistakes that you made?
You have a pregnant set of questions, but
that you think you could have corrected then?
Okay. So how I was able to get myself up to speed or to understand certain things that I was doing was with constant practice. Trust me, I'll contact any friend of mine that I knew. I have a camera, I want to test something out. And trust me, because of the passion that was dwelling in me at that point, was burning so bright that I could even pick a rock and I'll just assemble them in a queue, and I'll focus on one, maybe blur one that's before, and blur the background, and isolate maybe the one that's in the middle. So I was just testing and understanding what I had learned on YouTube, because trust me, YouTube was a very huge integral part of my developmental process. I used to watch a lot of YouTube videos. I will stay on YouTube for the most part of the day just to learn something and see if the gear I'm using is up to what I think I know. Then I realized that I was outgrowing what I was using at that point. It was a Nikon D5100. Yeah, then. And it could do as much, but I knew that I had outgrown it at a point. I needed to get a lens that could open up and even give me much more subject isolation by blurring the background even further. Then I knew that I had to move forward. So it was more about practice and actually getting myself up to speed with what was in vogue, so that I would know why I needed to purchase. Because of course I didn't have all the money in the world, but I needed to maximize a little that I have. So first of all, get yourself exposed by what is in vogue by learning, reading articles. It's not just you watching YouTube videos, but read articles, call friends. You have friends, you have family. Once you have a camera in your hand, practice something that you've seen. So with the challenges I faced in my process, or should I say as I was growing in photography, a whole lot of them. I've even lost wedding pictures before. Trust me, it's a nightmare. But it teaches you that your gear that you're using is volatile. It's not supernatural. Let me tell you, the manufacturers will tell you everything to make you purchase them, but it's always a machine. It can heat up. Anything can just happen, depending on what you're using, under the conditions that you might be shooting. And also, sometimes you can work with certain models. The pictures wouldn't really come out the way that you wished. You just sit down, you'll be thinking through, what did I do wrong? What can I do to rectify? And also, even sometimes, when I started shooting weddings, I didn't know what to expect. But the moments I started doing it, then you would see the pressures that comes with weddings in Africa. Because sometimes you look at portfolio of weddings by wedding photographers living overseas, let's say the Western cultures and all that. Even with the Indians, you realize that they have time to shoot cinematic work. But here in Ghana, once you are in the bride's dress up, maybe the auntie is coming in there that we are calling the bride quickly. And the makeup artists, because they know for sure that photographers will delay in the delivery of their pictures, they come with their own cameras, and sometimes they'll ask you to step up because most often than not, photographers who shoot weddings are guys or males. So they'll ask us to excuse them. They'll put them together, get them dressed up. Until they will call you, they would have spent maybe 20 minutes taking pictures for themselves before they'll call you, because they know, of course, you are the main photographer over there, and it is not in their jurisdiction to be working at that particular time. So all these things come in there, and it wastes time and all that. So you realize that you come back home, and your images, probably you wish you could have done much more than just what you have. So those are things that I wasn't privy to. Then I learned on the job. But trust me, what helped me so much was that watching YouTube videos made me understand that when you have a gig, make sure that you are prepared towards it. I love theory. I love the theory part of photography. I didn't want to always just go out there and just shoot because I wanted to test out. But I learned something to practice to see if it's true or if I understand what I learned. So I have a reference image. I capture. I set it this way. First of all, whatever content that you watch, make sure that the gear the person is using is within, or yours is within that particular range. The person could be using a wide angle lens and probably are using a telephoto. You wouldn't get the exact results he got. So know what to watch. All right? So in that process, when I was watching content, I made sure that whatever it is that I was looking at was within what I had. Let's say 50 mm. Okay, whatever ecosystem it is, be it Nikon, be it Sony, be it Canon, they all have 50 mm 1.8 at a point. So the 50 mm 1.8, I make sure that that's what I have. Then, of course, if I'm looking at that time, I wasn't even thinking about color science, because all I knew was whatever picture I take, I will just come and correct whatever it is. Then you need to learn about white balance, because you're going to notice that sometimes lighting configurations and certain conditions and situations can shift the color that you can capture or you see in the end results of your images that you capture. So all these things, you have to make the mistakes. Don't be scared about making mistakes. Trust me. Photography, I say again, that there's nothing as a mistake in photography. It is only when you capture the image and it doesn't turn out the way you envisioned, then you can say it's a mistake. But probably, I wouldn't lie to you guys. I mean, I will lie you not. Most often than not, I'll submit a set of pictures. I have chosen mine maybe in folder A, and I'll put the rest that I think is, standard B in my regard in group B or in folder B. I'll submit it to the clients and realize they'll pick much more from the B than that. So we are all different in how we think through things and how we perceive things. So trust me, you might like this today, you might not like this tomorrow. So sometimes I will even sit back after my edits, look at it the second time, maybe after I'm well rested the following day before I submit, because maybe because I was tired, I overlooked certain things. Probably there was a blemish, maybe there was a pimple here that I could have taken off or taken out, but because I was tired, I didn't notice it. Now, coming back to it or revisiting it, I realized those mistakes I made. So don't always be in a haste, but make sure that you work within a stipulated amount of time that you can make your deliveries based on, so that you can always be wary of, the unexpected. Today, you have a ton of experiences shared on YouTube. My time, YouTube was there though, but no one will tell you that go and watch YouTube videos or watch this particular one. Even in school, at a point, we were getting introduced to cameras. Imagine that what we were shown was a camera that I couldn't ever think of him buying it in 10 years. That was what we were looking at with its parts. I wouldn't mention who it is, but you might know the person, so I wouldn't mention who showed us that. But that method was so wrong. I realized that, this camera, how am I going to purchase this? I checked the name and I searched it online and it was over 20,000 USD. How am I going to get that money? Because I didn't even bought my 6D, which is like, once you convert, that's like below even $700. Imagine 20,000 plus camera and reading about it. The parts are not something I'm familiar with. So I think watching YouTube will advise you, and also making sure that you know exactly the gear you're using will keep you within a space so that you can build on and know what you need to learn next. Because once you purchase the next upgrade, then you can push yourself to know, okay, this upgrade, what is so special about it that I really want to purchase? Once you purchase it, you can practice and you can look at reference materials to see if you've been able to accumulate enough information to be able to use it to its maximum. Then you can look at further moving forward. So you don't just make your base your purchasing decisions on the mere fact that I've seen someone using this camera or that camera. So of course, first of all, don't be afraid to make mistakes. I made a whole lot of them and I learned from them. But the beautiful thing that segregates human beings from animals is that we can learn from other people's mistakes. But animals, they need to be reprimanded. They need to be beaten before they learn. So don't go into that space where you, in fact, mess up someone's beautiful day. Let's say a wedding. You are not prepared. You go with a camera body. In fact, I've actually gone to a wedding where my camera malfunctioned. For some reason, I don't know. It just went out. It wasn't anything about the battery. The battery was okay, but it just died. I don't know. You turn it on, it doesn't turn on. I was panicking because we were just about to move out. And the bride was done dressing and I had to go take the picture. So now my best bet was to talk to the videographer to give me his camera to just quickly take some pictures and hope that the camera works. And I don't know, maybe that day the Lord was with me, probably. And I mean, for some reason, the camera came back on and I prayed that it wouldn't turn off. And after that, my Insu camera, I got a new one. Because, I mean, you can't risk someone's day. That's the reason why every time we say, don't take just one body to a project like that. Today, you have access to rental companies like Christocentric Rentals. You guys, you can rent from them based on whatever project it is. Then you look at picking up maybe a much more, should I say, in value or much more affordable body to attach to what you go along with, so that in case of any unforeseen, detriment, or should I say predicament, you guys can rectify it as soon as possible. Because it's happened before. A videographer, I was just the photographer on that set. This is a different instance. That's the one I just told you about. It happened to me. But this time around, I went for another project. The videographer was having problems with his camera. And he just didn't know what to do. In the end, the camera didn't work. I don't know exactly what the problem was, but he couldn't capture. I think he had a problem with his memory card. We have memory cards that write fast and that can read fast. You should know what memory card you're using for what camera. Certain cameras work with memory cards that are very fast. So for instance, sports photographers, people who take pictures rapidly, let's say event photographers, like let's say a wedding, and there are people dancing. You can't tell the person to pause. Oh, don't dance. Wait. Let me take that image first. Then I'll move on. No, you can't say that. So you have to capture that in burst mode. So certain cameras can shoot up to 12 images per second, 32 images per second. So the 6D that we normally used to use can shoot just 4 images in a second. So you can't get a lot. All right? So certain instances and certain events, or should I say genres in photography, demand certain kind of gear. So you need to know all these things to be able to decide what you want to pick up for your next project. Of course, you consider your budget, you consider the gear you can have access to, and what you're going to do with it, and your shortcomings or the limitations of the gear, so you can maximize it. I hope that's clear. You have a last question? Oh, two more. I'll try and make it snappy. Sometimes I have so much to say. You have a question too? Someone rather has a question. You can't ask it. I suppose it's you. You have to ask it yourself. But I think that the floor is already, I mean, you need to have the mic in your hand before. So right after him, and I'll obe bribe no. Right after him, I hope it's a pregnant question. Okay. So yeah.
So my question is, today, as a professional photographer and as a professional filmmaker, what are still the challenges you face?
Okay, it will still be in that same space where there are certain things that are inevitable. You just can't do anything. You just have to make sure that you have a backup. Like, for instance, you can't say you go over there with, one camera body, like I said, and also with hard drives, be it a solid state drive or an HDD, whatever it is still volatile. No matter what the manufacturers will sell to you, whatever selling point they will say, anything can just happen. All right, viruses can even affect you, ransomwares, whatever. But if I will look at certain challenges that I still face today, it wouldn't be about gear. Because now I know how to maximize what I have. And today, you seldom even see low-end cameras on the market. Even people who are just entering photography today want to get their hands on the high-end ones. So having access to cameras are not a problem. But the issue about challenges that I still face, let's say as a wedding photographer, will still be about time, where you are a creative and you still want to do so much for the client, but circumstances and our culture doesn't give us that luxury. That's one. And secondly, looking at our space, I realized that Ghanaians are not, I should choose my words wisely. Ghanaians are not as informed enough when it comes to the creative space. We look at it as, oh, this is just a picture. Oh, I didn't an iPhone. Oh, I can use an iPhone. Oh, I can use an iPhone to do this. It's a challenge even for those of us who can still prove to you that my work will be definitely better than what you can capture with an iPhone. But still, people are going to have that problem with your pricing because we know that we value ourselves and what we've learned. What I know for sure that someone doesn't know. Someone knows much more than I do. So probably that person can look at what he knows to value himself, to put valuation on himself. But you know that some clients will still say, oh, Tesumame, especially our friends and our family. They are the ones that for the most part, they should have been the ones to support what we are doing, way more than people we don't know. But you realize that people we don't know, strangers, are the ones who are ready to patronize us better. So that's another challenge, pricing, and how Ghanaians, receive the creative space. And I think the last one I might add would be the avenue to be able to create certain things that we see. What we see, if I speak about that, I'm talking about what we watch on the internet. You can look at, once you type into it, maybe street photography. Look at the street of New York. Look at the street of Tech Junction. Compare it. Even sometimes look at our models. So you can have a very pretty friend. Catching someone shot at Emra. I don't know why. Some of the models, once they have a party to attend, let's say a movie premiere, they can plan and dress up and go for that party. You see them wearing something that inspires you. Oh, if I had this for a photo shoot, it would have been wonderful. But you ask them to come for a photo. Oh, Kobe, I don't have this costume. But, of course, you send them a mood board. I don't have this, I don't have that. But you see them tomorrow wearing something to a party. They had it in their wardrobe, but they just didn't think about it to be something feasible for that shoot. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So I think one major challenge with regards to what I just explained is with how we see the creative space encapsulated with how we value creatives. Because if this very same person was asked to come for a wedding, maybe Nana Kriado, you saw what she wore to the AMVCA, about wedding, I say, you the bridal crown, you realize that some of the people would dress better than you would. You get what I'm trying to say? Yeah. But when it comes to, I want to do a photo shoot, you realize that models are not really invested, unless you are paying them the big bucks. But here photographers models. And these models are going to still say that they don't have certain costumes. Photography as it is, once you look at it, a lot of things can capture your, or captivate your attention. It can be the costume that the model is wearing, her skin tone. It can even be the environment. So all these things put together, imagine they are all A class, A class, A class. Your picture will be wonderful. Plus your lighting, your framing, and everything that's added onto it. It will look great. You get what I'm trying to say? So the challenges will come in when, of course, you know that these are things that are inevitable. But if you don't practice often, if you don't attend programs, if you don't try your hands on places where you're not necessarily paid to come through to, if you are given access, just go there. Make those mistakes there. So that once you get, a gig or you get contracted to work on something, you might have, accumulated enough experience to go at it. Because of course, if you make money lead you to move in there, you might, kill your career before you even get started. Because your clientele should be someone to love your work enough to call you back for the next project. Because I still have wedding clients. I shot their wedding in 2017, 18. Up to today, they are still giving birth. And I'm the one they call on. Whatever program they have, I'm the one. Even sometimes all the way, Cape Coast, even Accra, they will ask me to come out. But we have a ton of photographers over there in Accra. But they still want to work with me because today they still look at their work, their photo books, and their pictures are still, in vogue. Their pictures are still up to date. How good pictures should look like. You get what I'm trying to say? So the mistakes, make them at your own, free time. Learn from them. Contact people. Contact high-end photographers. Ask them if you can come through. Ask for permission if you can take pictures and if you can post. If they'll permit you, the better. But make sure that you try your hands on them. Don't just capture and go and sit down. Edit. Try your hands on a lot more and learn. And if you have questions, you just ask. Or you just do your research. Now, AI makes it easy. Once you type it to Google, AI will give you an overview. Before you want to go ahead to look through for yourself, you go ahead to look through for yourself. But knowing is also as important. It's just like we say as Christians. Once you hear a sermon or whatever and you don't know the word of God, you might be gullible enough to just follow anything. But if you know the word of God, you can, try and see if, compared to what you know and see if it works. So you can know what to do. So it's the same thing that applies to photography. Once you learn something, practice. Know what is right from wrong by practicing. Make those mistakes and in the end, you'll be better off to start with a very good career. Yeah. So was that answered? Thank you.
So let me ask.
So it's not particularly your question, it's his question.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you guys are late. Gangsters at the back.
Should
And I'm Moha Richmond now. Me say Richmond, the boss about be see you cry chumi now. Anyway, okay. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay.
Hey, as a boy for kakra, so boom for me. Then I'm show me boys now. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Anne.
Okay.
And the question is, how do you make your models or people feel comfortable in front of the camera when you are taking the shoots?
Okay.
And also,
Okay.
what kind of photography do you enjoy most?
Okay.
We have a lot of
Okay.
photography.
I enjoy taking pictures of stones, houses, and all that, not human beings.
So what's the name of that?
Stone photography. I'm joking. Okay, so I'll answer the first question. How do I make my models feel comfortable in front of camera? When I started photography, of course, I didn't know how to even contact certain models or who is the model. But what I learned was I can just use my friends. All right? So it's very challenging to work with someone who hasn't necessarily done professional photography before. So as a photographer, if you've researched enough, you realize that you have something in your head, you want to capture it. Okay, so maybe you contact a friend, you get her to dress this particular way. We will try picture out the way it's supposed to be. Maybe it's because of the model. Maybe the model is not comfortable enough. The model might not be able to do exactly what you've envisioned. So what I do is I try my best to be able to communicate better to them. All right? First of all, make them feel comfortable. The model is a human being. They have emotions. Be it a male model or a female model. If you are not nourished enough, a bit harder. So I do my best to make sure that my models are okay. I'll ask you, have you eaten? If you haven't eaten, we'll get you something. Or some people would feel like maybe once they eat, they'll bloat. So maybe something little, maybe a snack. Then afterwards, you make them eat after the session. So making them comfortable and set by giving them nourishment is good enough. So that once they come up, they are energized enough to do whatever it is you might want them to do. Secondly, prior to the shoot, I'll send them a mood board at least, or an idea of what I'm envisioned, unless I've seen them wear something. But what I do is, if I want to contact a particular model, I can look at their page. Maybe certain costumes they still have in their wardrobe. Oh, I like this. I want you to bring this. I want to bring that. And I realize that ladies seldom love to wear what they've worn before. They will be like, yeah, people are going to think that's all I have. And all. That's like, nah. I want to capture it. This is what I love. Just bring it. Once you bring it, I'll know what to do with it because I would have thought of what I wanted to do. So once the person knows what to bring, I would predetermine whatever I will do so that once they come, we shoot it right. I communicate better with them, especially if it's someone I haven't met before. I do my best to familiarize myself with that person. Please, as a man or as a male photographer to a woman, please don't come off as creepy. Don't be bombarding them with questions. Make it professional enough. Send them a mood board or something like that. If the person requires anything, let's say, you have to ask. Maybe you don't want to use your friends, you want to work with a professional model. You have to ask them whatever it is they require. Make sure that they are comfortable so that the next time you call them to come through, they will come up with their, in full flight for what you're going to do. Because the first impressions also matter. So I contact them, I send them my work. Initially, it was a challenge for me because models, they will look at your work. Photographer, so it was a challenge before. But I started with my friends and I was getting better. They will look at I love this, I love that. Now, because I work with a ton of people, sometimes it's difficult for me to get certain people because they are not up to it. That's the sad part of the whole thing. But in the end, you realize that you build a good portfolio enough to show so that when they are coming, I may take you seriously. Or background, the other things also count. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So your work should be sent to them too first for them to know who they are going to work with. That's also important. That's why I need you to make sure that you capture images on your own, at your own free time to build a portfolio, a potent one for that matter. And once that is done, when they get on set, nourishment is very important. Whatever it is they require, be it maybe transportation or even payment or something to that sort, make sure that you provide that because you're going to work with somebody spending their time on your set. And of course, on set, make sure that you are professional enough. Not anybody would be comfortable with someone who's touchy. In fact, if you're going to even move their hair out of the way, you have to ask for permission. Or you can ask them to do it themselves. If they are unable to know or figure out exactly what you want them to do, you can ask for permission politely and move whatever it is out of the way to make them comfortable that you're not creepy. Especially when it's their first time meeting you. Then once that is done and your images are captured, make sure that their safety matters to you. Then make sure that when you are working on the pictures, you do your best, send it to them, and that's it. That's your vetting. That's the first time you vetted yourself. But it's very easy to work with your friends, Keke. Oh, friend, on picture, so whatever it is I give you, I've given you. And most of them are not. Your friends will be happy. What I realize when you give people free photo shoots, especially your friends, do you get what I'm trying to say? So that's how I make my models comfortable on set. Let them be aware of what you've decided to do. Then once you are ready and on set, be professional enough, polite. Put yourself on the level where they understand that you know what you're doing. That's why you need to prepare. Photography is not just pointing a camera. It's about knowing what to do. Imagine you're on set. You're taking pictures of a couple. 2 seconds, and I say, why you name something wavy? This also draws my attention to one thing I should have said. When you're taking pictures of somebody, don't make the person feel like, hey, is it my problem? Have I messed up the picture? They will not first of all instantaneously think you are the problem. They will think they are the problem. What did I do wrong? So they might be a little bit, reserved or insecure about the next thing. And you're yeah, you're doing great, you're doing great. Of course, Obaba says, main. Then I'll try and so that once you get the right one, you show it to them. As you take the picture, show it to them so that they see what they're doing. Probably they can even notice something that they could have done better. Most of them are not. A lot of things fly over my head. Let's say maybe the earring is not positioned right. Maybe a model would say, I love this part of my face better than that. And you realize that once you take that picture, it looks better, of course. So, all these things are things that you have to communicate. You don't just say, I photograph and tune in BBR. No, I've learned a whole lot from even models. People who are not necessarily photographers. And most professional models know so much because they work with a ton of people, different kinds of photographers with different levels of skills in photography. So, you should also be open to listening. What was the second one? Second question. Today, I think
the type of photography.
The type of photography I enjoy doing most. Maybe portraiture. I used to love weddings a lot. You have portraiture in weddings. Weddings actually covers everything. Food photography is there, fashion, portraiture, landscape, depending on what lens you use and what kind of framing you do. All these things are encapsulated in there, all right? So yeah, I love doing a lot of portraiture because portraiture is easy to work with someone who's stagnant or static. I don't love doing sports. Sports capture too many pictures. You come home with 10,000 pictures to sift through and pick the best. But when you have someone who's static, you can position the person right and take your time and do what you want to do. So I love doing a lot of, portraiture, but equally, I love shooting, having a ton of challenges. So, weddings are still interesting, but I just have to be careful when you are going for a wedding. Sometimes, many a times, I've actually lost certain gear, forgotten that I left something behind because of the pressure. Our culture makes that, very difficult to deal with. But I still love weddings because imagine the fashion in wedding today. The way that the brides are in full flight for the most beautiful beading for their kente and all that. I love shooting traditional weddings better than white weddings because white weddings is like it's flat, white. The man is in suit. We've seen it every day. But the kente colors, they are different every time. They are not monochromatic. They have different patterns and here and there. And for the most part, if you shoot against greenery, oh, beautiful. All right? So, if you want to learn so many things at the same time, I think weddings will be the best bet. I love weddings too, but not as much as shooting portraiture, shooting models, be it males or females. But I think for the most part, we love shooting females, right? Because it's easy to look at pictures of women and stay and look at certain things, features and everything. Better than you go and look at the male model. Male model, then now, and now we are not gay. I doesn't know. But I've shot, males as well. Once they are photogenic enough. Let's say a model like, let's say, David Beckham. You've seen David Beckham does a lot of, portraiture for Adidas, for his own clothing line, and a whole lot more, even perfumes and all that. Cristiano Ronaldo also. Messi na mihuni wa kubi na mzee. Hey, light na buano. But no hate to the fans of Messi. But male models be actually taking pictures of them is really good. The lighting configurations you use for a male model will be somewhat different from a female because with the males you want to capture the rigidity of maybe the chin and all that, to create some bit of like capturing the soul, kind of like looking into the picture you can just see through. I'm not gay, but I can look at a male model's picture and just love it. So portraiture is beautiful. I love doing portraiture. In fact, I do food photography and all that, but there's not a really ready market for it. Unless maybe you have a restaurant that you are working with, they might buy into that. But most often than not, right now, because of the reels and what TikTok provides for them, they use their iPhones to shoot it. But you can convince someone to, so what I do is I do a lot of spec arts. You know what spec arts are? Spec arts are projects that you do that doesn't necessarily mean you're getting paid, but you're just doing it. So on my page, I don't know if you've perhaps chanced on anything. I did a Heineken beer B-roll. I did a couple more. I've done Nescafe stuff and all that. I even got a call up from them. But I'm waiting on that guy. I'm waiting. Then they wanted to use mine, and they wanted to use in their campaign, and they will give me what they say. They said they were going to give me a reference, kind of like that I shot it and whatever. That was a long time ago. Maybe today be on Combo Fasica because I even have a flash coming on the way because of the content I create on YouTube. I have a flash from Viltrox, a company that deals with photo. They are a third-party company. They make lenses and flashes for camera brands that give them permission to do them. So I even have one coming through. I've seen it on my traffic, like it's come through. So I will just make a review on that for people to see. And after that, they've created an affiliate link for me that if anyone purchases through my channel, I'll get a 20% commission. That's how it works. So you need to do a lot of spec arts. Don't wait for your father-in-law to call you or your mother-in-law or your friend B to call you to go. You have to open your wings wide enough. Sometimes spend on projects on your own. I used to go buy wristwatches. I even have those videos over there. I'll just go to town, buy a wristwatch I love. Do you know why I could get those ideas? I was watching a ton of YouTube videos. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I was watching a ton of YouTube videos. So it will tell me, oh, I can do this. Okay, if I let it this way, I can do it that way. So I've seen a lot of improvements in my lighting based on the things that I used to do on my own, because a client will give you their idea for you to maximize. Sometimes it might not be the best conditions, but if you work under pressure and work with what you have, you'll always be ready and you know what to do to even enhance what they have in mind. So do spend on your own, projects. Get a camera, take pictures, light it in any way you want, and learn in that process. Okay. I think that's the last one, then we will just close for the first session.
My name is Edudani Onyedu.
Okay.
A second-year communication student in K University.
Okay.
My question, I have 2 questions. The first question is, at the beginner
You have
level...
4 questions?
2.
Okay.
At the beginner level, how did you plan your photo shoots? And the professional level to how do you plan it? And the second question is, how do you feel? You talked about how to make your models feel comfortable around you. How do you feel comfortable around your models?
The models.
Let's assume maybe you've gotten a contract from maybe parliament or the government. Maybe you're taking a picture of maybe the ministers, the presidents. Maybe these are people we haven't seen before. So how do you feel comfortable around them?
Oh, okay. Like certain dignitaries or,
Yes.
Places where you might be anxious or nervous. Okay.
Yes.
So the first one is, how do I
How you planned your
plan
photo
when I
shoots?
was a beginner
Yes.
and now? Okay. Before, of course, I was inspired by anything I could see. Compared to today, I'll plan it better. So before, I would just do anything. I'll just plan. I want to shoot this. I want to shoot this. So before, I would just want to do anything and everything so that I can realize that, oh, okay, this is the mistake. Maybe I could have done this better. Sometimes I don't even figure it out there and there. All right? So I will plan it by being so much intrigued to do it. Once I do it, then I'll be humbled, say, nah, there was something I missed out on to take my time. So over time, I rectified the issues, and I realized that one big problem that I had, a lot of beginner photographers also still today have, even high-end photographers still have, is something that we call GAS, G-A-S. It's an abbreviation, or GAS is an acronym, for Gear Acquisition Syndrome. Someone will just see this today. Hey, okay, this person used a 6D, whatever, EOS R6 Mark III. Then it means if I don't get an EOS R6 Mark III, I won't be able to capture an image this way. No. So before, I was thinking that way. I wanted to get almost anything and everything to be able to get what I wanted to do. But today, it makes it so easy on my pocket. And sometimes, today I still use something I used to use 7 years ago, 5 years ago. It's very easy on my pocket because now I know how to maximize the little that I have. So now planning is better than it used to be. Because before, I wanted to do almost everything and anything, and I'll make so many mistakes. Even when I would shoot even a movie, because I'm a film producer as well, shoot a movie, sometimes planning ahead of time, initially I didn't know so many people. My network was, very scanty, and so, you realize that you have to pay for almost everything. But today, after you've done it first and they love what you do, and they realize that, oh, you have people behind you, you have a particular number of following. Now, when you're going there, they rather want to even ask what they can do to support. So now it makes it very easier for me to plan. And it has also boosted my, I wouldn't say ego. It has also boosted my confidence anytime I'm doing anything. I'm not nervous in any way. I can even shoot, who can make me nervous? Or maybe Cristiano Ronaldo. Because he's worked with a ton of photographers, a ton of filmmakers. You've seen his YouTube channel, UR7 or something like that. You see the kind of setup he's done and all that. So these people, they wouldn't necessarily know how to work with the camera or operate it, but they know how it looks is supposed to be. So if you're unable to do it that way, they compare it to what they've done before, and But it's not that I can't do. I can look at an image and see how they lit it up. But you being the originator of the idea takes a particular level of creativity to set something up to make it unique for someone to even try and emulate. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So today, because of all the things I've been able to try on my own, whatever project you give me, I know that I have to go to YouTube to watch a video or two to get inspired and know what I'm about to do. Because as a YouTuber, as someone who teaches photography and filmmaking on my YouTube channel, I need to be informed to be able to inform. So every time I'm learning. And as I'm talking to you guys, the questions that you're giving me makes me rack my brain enough to explain. Sometimes it hits me, I have to think through and know what exactly to say. And it reminds me of certain challenges that I've probably forgotten. So today, when I work with anybody, because I prepare ahead of time and I know who exactly I'm going to work with, even if abruptly I just run into that person, I'm supposed to do something, I know how to capture it right and not solely or heavily rely on post-production to make it better. So yeah, constant practice every time on your own. I think I wouldn't be able to resound this enough. You have to keep on practicing on your own for the most part so that you can get yourself up to speed with anything and everything. And whatever life throws at you, you guys will be more than ready. Yeah. Okay, guys.
Hello.
So I think we're okay. We can begin, right? All right. So can we please pay attention? And I'm in the camera in front of them. All right. So along, oh, you can come back. Along the line, if you have a question, you can ask. All right. Okay. Shall we pay attention? Okay. All right. So most often, what I do is I always look for greenery for outdoor photo sessions. Okay. Particularly anywhere that can give me a background that's I can play around with. That's the reason why I love working with outdoor settings, because wherever you turn to, like I said before, it's a new background on its own. I hope you get what I'm trying to say. And you also have to be mindful, because the options are endless. You have to be mindful of what background gets into your shot. So first of all, you consider your angle. You consider the position of the camera, where the light is coming from, the background, and your subject, the poses. Okay, depending on if you are shooting a human being. Okay, so we have a stretch of greenery. In fact, everywhere is a place where we can take pictures. But of course, there are some certain backgrounds that will look a little bit distracting. For instance, this area looks clean. The landscape looks clean. The lawns all across. But if you look at this particular direction, it looks a little bit grungy. So most often than not, photographers will choose there over there. All right? So importantly, you need to also consider this. When you take pictures and you go home, and there's a dustbin in that same position you took pictures at or against, you're going to go home with, if you took 100 pictures of the same direction, you're going to have that dustbin in them, and you're going to have to clean them out. So what you need to do before you take any pictures to make sure that you reduce your workload, your stress, clean the background. That's what I would say. Clean the background by making sure everything looks tidy so that you don't have to go worry yourself in post. So for instance, if your model's earring is displaced, make sure that it's fixed. Their hair, if it's not in the right place, make sure it's fixed, because you don't know the number of pictures you take home and you might have to fix or solve. Okay, so I would like to know if anyone has a question before we move forward with looking at how we can pose a model and make sure that the model understands exactly what we're doing. So we are going to look at the choice of the background, like I said, what they are wearing against what background you choose. So I'll allow you guys to determine something, and I'll tell you what I think I would do right, or probably if it's correct or if it's good enough, I can say. Because I'm able to predetermine how the shot will look like before I even take the picture. It's very important you do that. If you don't know that, there's a big problem. How can you be a professional photographer and take pictures by luck? It wouldn't make sense, would it? You have to know how it would look like. No matter what camera you use, if you know how a lens is supposed to blur the background, and if it doesn't, then you can know there's a fault somewhere. Maybe it's with the settings, or it's with probably the lens. Maybe something is faulty somewhere. Okay? So you have to practice your hands with a lot of them. You can even tell what lens the person used even before you go ahead to look at the metadata or whatever of an image. Okay. So, yeah, I think today we are doing the same colors for some reason. Since you're doing the same colors, yeah, come first. Let's have you. Without the glasses, of course. I want all the colors. The glasses will take away the eyeshadow and the rest. So she's wearing pink, okay? Oh, is it pink? What color would that be? Come over. What color would you call this? Light wine. Are you guys are graphic designers? You should know colors more than I can cry. And so what would you call this? We friends elective colors on. You call it wine? Kind of like pink. Yeah, darker pink, kind of, yeah. Okay. So, I think this is a shade of pink, right? Okay, so let's look at, can you back up a little bit? Looking at the colors she's wearing, she has on her face. If I say wearing, it's not particularly just this. The makeup, we wear makeup. That's how we call it. We wear makeup. The earring, the hair, the color and everything. You need to make sure that whatever she's standing against, she can still stand out regardless. So you look at your colors and you point her at a particular place that's more contrasty, that she will still stand out. So when I look at her, what I can tell from behind you guys over there is that the wall is pale, the greenery is good. Can you please come this way so you can look at and see what I'm talking about? You see the window over there, the metallic rail, or is it that thing over there covering the window? It's white, so more contrast and all of that. So the moment I position her here, I'm going to ensure that anything in her background makes sense. So sometimes people take pictures and there's a light pole, electric lines in the shot. Sometimes it distracts the picture. So only if there's no other way else but to keep it in is where you might determine or consider how you can reduce that distraction. Probably you can go for a lens that can blur it more, or you can reposition the model and frame it out. Okay? Those are options. But yeah, kindly come. Let's say she stands here this way and face us. I think there's a car coming, right? It's a big one. Do you see the canopy? Don't worry. Do you see the canopy over there? The blue one. Good. For some reason, it gives me some contrast. You know, on the spectrum of the color wheel, you see, we have cool colors, we have warm colors. All right? What she's wearing is, I will consider it to be warm. And so anything else that makes it cool in her background will help with the contrast and to much more section air out of the background. So these are the things I look out for before, if I'll even incorporate a green in there, I do. Okay? It's not just a matter of just going there and see, oh, it's a nice building. Oh, okay, looks good. Nah, consider all these things. What is distracting the shot? What can I do to make it even better? Before you even bring in your light. So first of all, because we're shooting outdoor, what we have right now pouring down as we see is called ambient light or available light. So the light that is pre-existing right now. Now it's diffused. Who can tell me why it's diffused? The clouds, right? Yes, the clouds are in the sky, a whole lot of them. So it's an overcast weather, and it works just like you have a softbox or a diffusion in front of your light source. Okay. Okay, so kindly come this way so we can see what we are looking at. I see so many things that are of contrast that will really help. So what then do we see? Oh, come this way, so you can see it well. You can incorporate the green. You can incorporate the blue, the pale wall, and of course, back there in the background. You notice that the building over there, okay, it has some darks in there. Don't you think it will complement what she's wearing? So all these things are things we think about. Okay? What else is over there that interests you? Or you don't see anything? You can point us. Then
Okay, I think the gold bar. Is it gold or I think gold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It stands out. Yeah.
Yes.
It has contrast. Okay. He has skipped you.
No, I'm saying he's doing my job.
Oh, okay. Wanted to pass it. Yes. What do you see?
I'm seeing the texture on the wall.
texture on the wall.
Yes.
If Ralph, you can come this way so that we can see what they're talking about. You don't necessarily need to even cut it. Move. Yeah. Just make it fluid. Yeah. What are you talking about? The texture?
The squares.
The squares.
Yeah. It's I
What?
think
I don't
it's
see squares here. Where are the squares?
on the wall.
You mean the towel?
Yeah.
Hey, you barely even see it. Oh. It will blur. Oh. It will blur and you wouldn't see nothing, actually.
But I think compared to this smooth wall, this one also give a different effect.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you mean in color contrast. But
Yeah.
when you were talking about the squares, I thought you were talking about the grid itself. No, the grid of the squares. Because once you shoot and you lock focus on her, you might not you wouldn't even see the lines. You rather see the color. So color, of course. Yeah, contrast,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Who else? Who else notices anything? Okay. So the ceiling, the skin tone, beautiful. So all these things, at a glance, you should be able to tell, like that. You just position her there. All right? So now when you are framing, you consider all those things. You know, there's a difference between framing and composition, right? Who knows the difference? What is framing and what's composition? You need a mic. Oh, you want to try? Okay.
Okay. So framing is what is within the boundaries of like your screen.
Your viewfinder.
Yeah, your
Okay.
viewfinder.
All right.
And the your composition is what is within that frame. Like what is the objects within that frame.
They're all included. So it's kind of like the same thing, right?
Like what you have arranged or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So framing is so you have a frame to frame, but you compose within a frame. That's the difference. So what you include, what you omit. So if I'm taking a shot of, okay, right now, I notice that the green is here. If I shift this way, I've framed it differently and I've also composed the tree. Instead of standing this way, probably seeing that leaf, now maybe I see it from the side. So I've composed it differently. And if you're looking at taking a shot maybe all the way to a feet, that's also a shot size. We have shot size pertaining to the subject in question. So all these things are things that you need to know. So that once you're communicating, oh, I need a shot size this way, medium, long shots, close up. You've learned all those things, right? Yeah. So those are the things that, these are, you know, the language that we use in photography, all right? You have to learn the diction and use them accordingly. So yes, we've noticed everything in contrast. Now I realize that the tree over there matches with the grass. So you can also include it. And it will be included depending on what angle you use or what angle you shoot from. Okay? All right. So let's say I'm taking a shot. The closer the subject is to the background, the less control you have with your shallow depth of field. Do you understand what I mean? The farther your subject is away from the background, the blurrier your background can be, comparatively to if she were to be closer. Okay? And if you have a lens that can blur the background very well, let's say an 85mm 1.4. An 85mm 1.4 can blur the background very well at its fullest. So with that, you call it the speed of the lens, or the speed or the fastest the lens can go is 1.4. So if you hear anyone saying the lens speed is all about the aperture. All right. Some lenses can go as far as 2.8. Others can go beyond that. We even have f0.9 something even over there. All right. They are all there. In certain instances, you need a lens that doesn't go very shallow, especially relative to the subject you're taking pictures of. So people who do anthropology, insects, those who take pictures of insects, you can't use an 85 1.4. It won't even focus because you need to get very close to an ant to take a shot of it. So mostly those lenses that they use, they can even shoot f16 and it will still blur. So the distance of the lens to the subject is also important when you're looking at subject isolation. So don't get confused. Look at something. If I'm close to her this way and I take a shot, my background will blur. All right. Even at, yeah, of course, 1.4. If I back up this way and I take a shot of her again, my background wouldn't be as blurry as it used to be because of the relationship I had with her before. I was close. And so it compresses the background in a way. It makes it closer. It draws her closer. Sorry, the background closer to her. If I go back and I'm including a lot more in the frame, the background will come in there more visible than isolated. We'll try it out for us to see that. So the position of the lens relative to the subject affects the shallow depth of field. Also, the position of the subject relative to the background also changes the shallow depth of field. There's a third one yet. Focal length. The lenses we are going to be using, we have two zoom lenses around, but the lenses that you guys have on your camera bodies are prime lenses. Where prime lenses mean prime one. Prime means one, right? Premier, prime, all those words, yeah. One. It means it has just one focal length or it's fixed. So if you hear someone say a fixed focal length lens, it's something like this. So an 85 mm, 50 mm, 36 mm, 35 mm. All the ones that you just pronounce one focal length means it's a fixed focal length lens. On the flip side, the lenses that read 70 to 200, 16 to 35, 18 to 35, 24 to 70, 28 to 70, 105 to 600. They move from one range to the next. And that means that this time around, it's not a prime lens, but it's a variable focal length lens because you have variations. You can move from 16 to 17 mm. So sometimes when you take the picture and you're looking at the shots in your raw processing softwares, you can tell what focal length you used over there. I hope you get me. So yes, so if you want to blur your background even further, a lens that can pull someone, like let's say a telephoto lens, like a 70 to 200 mm, will blur the background more than, if it's at 200 mm, will blur the background more than an 85 mm from the same spot at the same aperture size. Because it's more like you've gone closer to the subject, sort of. So you've pulled the background to yourself. So this particular lens, the 50 mm, it's kind of like normal, but it's a little bit wide. And wide angle lenses give you a wider field of view. So 35 mm, 24, 16, 8, 10, 12 mm. The smaller the number, the wider it becomes. An 85 mm will go closer than the 50 mm. So if you want to take a shot and the 50 mm can give you that range and you are using an 85, you have to probably back up because it's not a zoom lens that you can zoom out. It's fixed. So that's when it reads 85 mm. But the lenses that has 16 to 35, 70 to 200, it means you can zoom from 70 to 200. Are you sure? All right. It will be complex. If I bring something in, it will make it more complex because some focal length lenses, let's say 70 to 200, okay, it has a fixed it has a fixed aperture, 2.8. Some cheaper lenses relative to the 70 to 200 with a 2.8. Let's say, for instance, you're using an 18 to 55 mm. I think your lens. So when you read on it, you realize that the aperture, it will read 3.5 to 5.6. Look at it. It's definitely at the nib here. Good. So you see 18 to 55, right? It means it zooms from 18 to 55. Okay? But if you look over here, you realize that you see 1 is to 3.5 to 5.6. It means that you can't stay at a wide aperture of 3.5 all the way to 55. The moment you start zooming, you'll be cutting down light. But with a lens that reads, let's say, just 1 is to 2.8, it means no matter how much you zoom, you can still stay at that 2.8. And it makes that expensive more than this one. This is what comes with the body. So most often than not, but it's good. Just as that, the sharpness wouldn't be as good as maybe a high-end lens, of course, as expected. But that's how you read lenses. I hope we get it. Good. Are we good? Any question before we start shooting for real? I saw our break. Okay. Oh, you can sit for now.
So my question is, when you are to shoot a model,
Uh-huh.
and then let's say the light is coming from here,
Mm.
the natural light,
It's coming from the side. Uh-huh.
yes, and you don't have an artificial light, or you don't have
A flash.
a reflector,
A reflector,
or something
okay.
like that, and then where you are to frame from it's like the background you want to use is here. How do you manage your exposure triangle to get
Okay.
a lit face on
Okay.
the subject?
So when it happens that way, you need to know what to sacrifice. All right. The reason why we shoot raw is to be able to manipulate the images when we are editing them. So we can open up shadows and all that. Opening up shadows or recovering details in shadows are easier than recovering details that are lost in highlights. I hope you understand me. So sometimes photographers choose to even shoot a little bit underexposed so they can accumulate enough detail in the highlights. So for instance, like your scenario, the sun is over here, it's blown out. You're not using a reflector. So the subject is facing me. This time the light is in my face. Good. In that case, I have to think about my background. If I'm going to want to have my background in there, I can decide to, stop it down a little bit to expose the background. But know that because the light is not in the face of the model and you're not using anything to bounce back or a flash to hit her face for the loss of light there, you are definitely going to have to be careful not to overly underexpose it. So when you're editing, you can open up the shadows a little bit. And you can reduce the highlights so that the highlights can even go dimmer and still retain the quality. That's the reason why you had to underexpose it. But you can also still choose, like I said, no image is a mistake. Someone can choose to overexpose the background to remove, let's say the background is too busy. There's too many things around that you don't like it. You can, open it all the way up so that the highlights will be blown out and the background wouldn't even see what was happening over there. And my subject will be preserved. So it comes down to what you are sacrificing. So of course, if you want to not be in that kind of predicament, you can reposition your subject. But the time of day also alters the quality of light. We have light quantity and quality, or light intensity and quality. Light quality is how harsh or how diffused, how directional, how reflective a light is. All right? So we have modifiers like the reflector I spoke about. A reflector is a modifier because modification means you are making a change or you're causing a change to the light that's already available. So when there's a car coming, so when there's your light is over there and you want to still have the light behind your subject. Probably you want the sun, for instance, to be a rim light to create that halo effect around your subject. You can use a reflector to still make sure that that same light source is bounced back. So you're modifying the light and to make it look as if or as though you used two light sources. Or you can use a flash. But of course, with the sun, wherever the sun is, you have to conform. You can't control the sun. You can't pull the sun in position, or you have to wait it out. And in a situation like this, now the sun is not harsh. So the light quality we are having is diffused. Okay? All right. Have you seen shots with, a blue sky, beautiful blue sky with a nice arrangement or composed clouds in there? Do you know how to achieve that? Most often than not, people think it's fake. You can replace the sky and make it look like that. You can do that. AI can even help you do that. But to actually achieve that in camera without any other light source, because you can use the sun flashes that can overpower the sun to do that. But in case you want to still use only the sun, it's very possible. Who knows the secret? I would like someone to explain that. It has to do with light positioning. How do you do that? You have to think hard. This is very simple, actually.
Is it only when you are using the sun?
Yes, the sun is your only light source. And you want the background of your subject to have a very bright blue sky. How do you achieve that?
You were talking, so I gave them Say it.
How do you achieve that? Oh, you can say anything. Oh, don't be insecure about your answer. You just say
In
it.
my opinion, I would
Okay.
think, you have to face opposite the sun.
Who has to face opposite the sun?
Your subject.
Your subject has to face opposite the sun.
Yes.
Okay, so it means the sun should be behind your subject.
No. Your sun should be, let's assume, yeah, we have the sun here, so your subject should be around this place.
Okay, let's say the subject's around this place.
Yes.
Where is the subject facing? That's what I need.
Facing the sun.
Okay. And where will you be?
I'll be here.
So the sun will be behind you.
me, yeah.
Simple. Let the sun be behind you and the sun will be your subject's key light. Now, because the sun is over there, the blue skies will be overexposed. So you didn't see the blue there, but it's there. Just as the sun, the light source position is blowing that place out. So anywhere else the sun isn't will be preserved in blue. I hope you get it. So the sun is there. Make sure the sun is behind you. Then the light source is in the face of the model, directional like that. Then you take the shot. In this kind of lighting configuration, the sun is diffused. This is a very good conditional light for a particular situation, but it wouldn't always work for everything. Because sometimes you want to take some shots of swimwear, maybe at the beach. Sometimes you need harsh light. So that, let's say the model has smeared maybe or applied oil on the skin, it will glitter, kind of like that. So depending on what kind of shoot you're doing, you should always know what kind of light source you would use. Most photographers run away from harsh light. They always want to shoot under such conditions. But in this kind of condition, if you want to control your light more, you need to bring in another light source because a reflector wouldn't work. Because what are you reflecting? I hope you get where I'm coming from. All right, so I think enough talking. Okay, one more question. But anybody else should ask a question. Or you guys are pros already? Oh, okay. All right.
You mentioned the reflector. Most of the time I see people how they handle the reflector. Some raise it up, some put it in the middle, and then some like down. So which one is the best one?
Okay, so what's the use of a reflector? That's my question I'll ask you.
Yeah, to reflect light onto your subject.
Good. So depending on where you want to bounce the light back, you position the light. So you position the reflector. So let's say the sun is over here, and you want, maybe your subject is this way, and you want the light to hit your subject. You know, some reflectors are large, so you can actually curve it this way to contain the reflection and bounce it. So let's say the sun is here, but my subject is there, and I want to bounce. I'll definitely stand this way, find it. Of course, it will be reflecting against a lot of surface. Then you just tune it there and make sure that it's positioned right. And you bounce it. So relative to the position of the light, most often than not, is the opposite side. And where you want the light to be thrown back. That's where you position the reflector. So you don't necessarily have a fixed position. It depends on where you want to throw the light back. So you find your first light source that you want to bounce back, then you look for it and you just manipulate a little bit. So you can play around with it. You find it moving around and you keep it fixed. Yeah. I hope, or you didn't really get it clearly?
It's okay.
Oh, if you want more elaboration, I can help out.
You see, some also, you see, sometimes the sun is on top of your head.
Yeah.
Then some also reflect it here. So sometimes you get a face black and then the below the
Also dark.
bright.
Right.
Yes.
I'm not really getting your question right.
I've seen a certain picture like that. You see, most of the time the sun is
from above our heads, maybe around 12 noon, 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the person reflected
the photographer. Huh?
Yes, the light here. So
okay.
Here was a bit bright, and then from here going was a bit dark.
Okay, you want to know why? Yeah. Sometimes it depends on the anatomy of the face of the person. Some people have deep eye sockets, like my brother over there. I also have kind of like, my eyes are very small, right? So depending on where I'm positioning the light, whatever gets in the, are you tired? Whatever gets in the way of the light source, you know, blocks the light. So if, for instance, your subject has deep eye sockets, all right, deep eye sockets, you have to ensure that the light is thrown not too directional from down below. Because, of course, the nose is also going to get in the way. And your cheeks are also going to get in the way. All right? So you need to see and look at how the light forms before you take the shot. So you can use a reflector to do, or you can even use another light source to bounce back. All right? But always make sure that you can see it before you capture it. But the flash wouldn't help you do that, you know that, because the flash is not continuous. So mostly people learning lighting mostly use continuous lights because they can see as they position lights. I hope you get me. All right. So can we move forward? All right. All right, let's go. The last question, please, let's be attentive.
Okay, so we're talking about how to make the sky blue, and you used the beach as an example. So I want to know, when you have a very, very harsh sunlight and you are taking a picture of maybe a white or a black person or even a light skinned person, and the sun is maybe way too harsh, and maybe it makes your your subject look white.
Okay.
Yeah, like what do you do in that moment? Like, do you do something to the aperture, or because I've seen pictures where, in fact, sometimes we take pictures and you will not even see the face of the person very well. You will just see maybe the eyes and just white
Okay.
throughout. So I want to know
Okay.
what do
So,
you do?
you know what the exposure triangle is? The
Yes,
aperture, ISO, shutter speed.
yes,
They are they all compensate for one another. So, you know why you would move or you choose an aperture over shutter speed?
yeah,
Shutter speed has to do with motion,
yeah,
but it can also control how much light you take in.
yeah,
Aperture controls depth of field, but you can also use the aperture to control how much light you take in. The ISO controls intensity or the sensitivity of the image sensor to light. So whatever available light you have, you can optimize it. But if you do it too much, you are risking having noise in your shots. So most often than not, in under such a condition, rarely will you even shoot 200, ISO 200. It will always stay at 100. Then you just compensate with the other two. Okay? So in a case where the sun is very harsh, it depends on you. Are you looking at blurring the background? If you're looking at blurring the background, then make sure that you are shooting at a very, very wide aperture. That means you're not going to touch the aperture again. Now, because the sun is bright enough, you have more light than you even need. I don't think you're going to bump up the ISO. You keep it at 100. Now, what is left? The shutter speed. Then you use your shutter speed. If it's not going to be with motion, or you don't want blurriness in there in the movement, then you just crank up your shutter speed to cut down the light. Now you can have your blurry background, your image is not with noise, and also you have good exposure. But the position of the lights towards what particular subject will determine how much light will be cut down should you control the shutter speed or your exposure triangle in any way. Because know that where she is brighter than if she were to be back there under the ceiling.
yeah.
So it means if you're taking a shot of her and you speed up the aperture, the shutter speed, that means the background is going to be even darker than it is right now. I don't know if you get me. The available light over there, once you control anything, once you open up, it will be brighter here and it will be a little bit brighter there.
Yeah.
If you fasten it up or you speed it up to cut down light, it's going to be even darker in the background. So look at your environment before you cut down. You know what to quickly compensate or what to compromise over. So I can't always tell you this is a scenario because you should determine what you want. That's how photography works. I hope you get me. There's not always one way method or approach towards a particular scenery. It depends on what you want to achieve. Or let's say if you have a client and your client wants a particular look, you do that for them. But no circumstance, no lighting condition, whether it's harsh or whatever, should deter you from doing photography. Because you should be able to shoot under every condition. We never planned to have it this way. I wished the sun was blazing hot, but we don't have that. Maybe you guys are even happy about that. But you know, it would have served us with something. I could have explained, but we will use a flash regardless. Okay? All right. So you're good, right? Oh, Charlie. There you go. All
Please,
right.
mostly we see this white balance.
White balance, yeah.
So we want to know more.
I want to know more about white balance. Okay, white balance is simply how cool or how correctly toned or how warm an image will look. All right. It's kind of like you're color grading in a particular way. You can call it that way because you're introducing a particular color. So when the sun is hot, most often than not, the intensity is in the middle somewhere. Most often is around, you know, the white balance is calculated in Kelvin. That's the K over there. So on Photoshop or in Photoshop, you see what we call temperature. Below it is tint. That's where the green and the magenta is. But above it is temperature. So when you send it to the left, you realize that the Kelvin is being read. It changes. You know that. Towards, I think the last is like 3,000 something. And over there to the extreme also, it increases. So the lower the number, the more cools are introduced. They are called tungsten and daylight. Tungsten is warm. Okay, those days we have photographers or videographers shooting weddings with halogen bulbs. Once they put it in your face, it's really hot. It's like it's warm. You never came to meet that. Hey, you are Gen Zs. I've forgotten. Do you remember that one? It's like harsh. It generates a lot of heat. That's what they use. Really harsh. That one has a temperature of very warm towards the extreme, like 8,000 K or probably 7,000 something. But to the left hand side is the cools. So for a fluorescent bulb, mostly it's towards the cools. So if you're taking a shot, let's say during a sunset, and it's too warm, and you don't want to make it as warm as it is, or probably want to balance it to make it look like as though shot it around 2 p.m. or 3 instead of the time as it is, let's say 5 or whatever, then you can manipulate your white balance towards the left side, reduce the number, the Kelvin, towards the left side. Then it will balance it out. So that's when you can touch it. But most often than not, I leave my white balance on the middle. So that when I'm editing, I want to introduce warmth. I will do that when I'm processing in the software. So every time I have my white balance at 5,600 K. That's mostly recommended if you're looking at how accurate the sun is at this time of day. I hope you understand it. So when it's nightfall, almost towards, sunset, it becomes warm, tungsten. Then daylight is when is around this time around here. If you want it to be blue, to simulate maybe nightfall kind of, then you can go to the blues to simulate how the moon looks during the evening. So that's it. So you can even creatively use lighting to do that. Someone would like to make their background blue. So they'll use a white balance of the cool tones against the background and position a light which is warm so that they can correctly have a very good balance of the skin tone. So you realize that there are two colors in there, but the background is washed out in blue so that it isolates the subject. So isolation, you have a lot of ways to use contrast. It can be color, it can be background information, it can be the aperture and your shadow depth of field for isolation and all that. So there are a lot of ways to go about that. I hope that's that. So now we can move forward. I would like to have some water. All right. So I think you're through for now. Yeah.
Please, my name is Mary, and I want to ask how many cameras can be connected to the strobe or can be operated?
Yeah. To the truth, yeah. This has A, B, C, D, E. 5 groups. Meaning you can have 3 cameras with a trigger. Let's say Godox triggers. We have different types of Godox triggers. That trigger over there is also a Godox trigger. And they also have those groups. You can put that on A. You can put this on A. And if your flash is on A, as it is right now, that's the first step. Now it's synced. Now we have channels. This can be on A, but you can be on channel 1 and he will be on channel 2. If he flashes, because he's on channel 2 and this is set to channel 1, his won't work with that. But another flash on group A on channel 2 will respond to him. So if these 2 guys are on channel 2 group A, once they fire, that flash will respond. But yours will only respond to this because you're on channel 1, but still A. So whoever joins you on channel A, let's say you're shooting an event and there are a ton of photos, like a very good example is graduation. You realize that someone's way back there. As long as that person is in the range of the reception and they are on the same channel and group, it will respond. I hope you get me. So you can connect 3, 4 cameras to it, or 5, 6, 7. As long as they're on the same frequency, it will respond. Now we have something we call refresh rate or recycling time. All right. So the flash, depending on what power you set it, has a time to recycle. Let's say you're shooting at full power. Once it bursts that way, it has to recycle a little bit before it turns on getting ready to shoot. But if you shoot at the lowest possible power output, it has a very short recycling time because the power output is not big enough. It needs to take time to recycle before the light, will be ready to go off again. So you can be on the same, you two can be on the same groups, but because you're shooting at full power and she's shooting at full power, once you fire and she fires at the same time, the person who's first of all fired will have the flash respond, but if the flash is not recycled yet and she fires, it wouldn't work. You also register there and fire according to that setting. And when she fires, it will also register her setting. So if he is shooting at quarter power or 1/8, once he also fires and he's on the same group and channel, it will register that setting simultaneously. Then switch to that. So you can all be shooting with different power outputs, but your trigger is what tells the flash what power output you are looking for because you've set it here. So you can all be on group A, the same channel, but you can all register different power outputs at the same time.
So, what if you are all on the same power output? Will mine come first before I always?
Whoever triggers first. So let's say you all press at the same time. Definitely one will be faster than the other. So whoever goes first, right? Because the full whatever, you will never be able to sync at the same time. I've never seen that before. The speed of light, you can never sync at the same time. But let's say you are shooting at, let's say, the lowest. It recycles really fast, so you can be papa. They will all fire. Because the output is not strong enough, say, a better recycling way now, I slow. Are we good? You are right now out of daylight, so we can shoot, right? My other ladies. Yeah, you have a question. Good? Go ahead.
My name is Anne, and my question is, as a student learning photography, what should be my main focus as a learner, as a beginner?
Okay, your main focus should be about understanding how cameras work, exposure triangle, learning how to work with natural lights. That's the first thing. Once you've grasped that, then you can include flash into it. Because flash will add on to the exposure triangle. Because now you have another light source to add on. So start with the basics. Learn how to shoot with natural lights. That's what I'll admonish you to do. Shoot with natural lights, understand the exposure triangle very well before you move on to a flash. Because if you're a beginner, don't bombard yourself with too many things. You've seen someone using a flash, so you want to know. Because if you don't understand the basics, how do you move forward? So start with natural lights. The basic camera you can actually have. All you have to think about is nothing else but shutter speed, aperture, and ISO. These three. Once you get them done and you know what lens to use and everything, you're good to go. All right. Okay, that was a smart question. What did Johnny? It's still nah. Yeah, 10 minutes in the song. You don't have one. Hey. Anyway, all right. Look over here. We have a channel 7, right? And you see that symbol over there? What's the letter written next to it? That's high speed sync. That's a symbol of high speed sync. So this is like power symbol. That's electronic, whatever. Yeah. So that's high speed sync. So you see the same thing over here. Yes. Good. So that's used to trigger. The reason why it's not responding is because what's the obvious? Why is it not responding? It's not synced. It's not synced. So our settings are different, right? Okay. So what channel is this? 1. Oh boy. Channel 7. So channel 7. So that means you're going to have to change the channel, all right? Oh, sorry. So you press this and hold, then you change it to 7. Okay. 7. Then you set. So it's A, isn't it? Yes. And it's off, so it wouldn't respond. So that means you have to give it a particular power output. Whoever used this before, now look, it's synced. That's why they're off. It gave you that information. Good. Initially, it was like 256 or something like that. Yeah. So A is over here. Sorry, group. You have to go to group. Okay. It's A. Yeah. Do it this way. All right. Maybe this way. Something like that. Stuff like. Yeah. And you're say pose in the air. All right. Good. So, don't worry, maybe. I'll see what I can do. Oh, God. Okay, so press and hold a little bit. Good. Now look at focus, then shoot. But create some headroom. Always make sure that look at me, guys. Are you all listening? Always make sure there's space around her. Take it. Oh, just a test shot. Let's see how it looks. Because of course the flash is not going to touch the house. So check your exposure of the background first. So let's say, let me turn off the flash. So there's the flash. Let me turn it off. It's gone. So now the trigger wouldn't send any signal. Oh, are you sure you like what you're doing? Do you like what you're doing? The mucha no. Nah, my friend. Anyway, you want me to do tech junction. Anyway, you want to. Hey, bro. Who you now? What thought I don't from Manana? Okay, all right. Why did you choose this background?
Like, I wanted to focus on the green.
The greenery. Okay. To create more allowance around here. Go back. So in case you have to crop something or you get my point?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe let's go. Oh, there's a car coming. Sorry. Don't be afraid to go down. Photographer will need, to cut down. So that you can create more room and make it look better. Stuff like that. Now you can change whatever you want to do. And I watch area. Also, so on. Who's the last in group 1? For you should try Z. Try that. Let me see. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Half press and keep it green. Sorry. That's it. Yeah. No, you just shot it.
No, I just shot it.
Yeah, look. Your fingers are short. No, bring it. Yes. So let's do it together. So half press. Now we are hanging, right?
Yeah.
Then don't release it. Then you refrain before you shoot.
Okay.
Try it. Let's see. Good. That's good.
Kobbyshots,
Yeah,
okay.
so. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
On CRI in a skin tone here. And HSS in a man is our punch now. If you shoot below that, it makes it a little bit better. Let's go. Let's go. So success more. Now director as well, okay?
Okay.
Make sure you have headroom.
Oh,
The space above her head. Let's go. So you can back up a little bit.
close up.
No, back up.
Go back.
Yeah, go. Now, success, focus.
Set up in for
Background.
and the color
Skin tone.
Right.
You're not even talking to her at all. Tell her something. Oh, right. You say like this. So, look. Stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Look it. No, that's not the truth. Oh, success. What change? Don't change. Keep it 3 to 1. Sometimes shoot it this way too. Why are we shooting at? Our lines can go all the way to 1.2. Okay, never. Okay. Okay, Jikram, I'm trying there. Are you okay? Oh. Now, bring more. Look, there's more distance than there. Come this way. Just right so, like that. Now, bring the light this way. Now shoot. Let's see.
Landscape or portrait?
I mean, whichever. How are we looking? Okay. Nice. Go back a little bit. Try to. Now, chin up. No, keep the pose. Chin up. Look in that direction. Go. Inside. I forgot the breath. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, go. Now come from you. So, wait. Should let's see. One other switch, I'm moving background, I'm using the tree. And look at where I'm positioning here. Have you learned about rule of thirds?
Yeah, rule of thirds.
I mean, who will be a try? So success for 9 brush forward. All right, now. And to your pose now. Shift to waist now. But hold your, yes, like so. Now chin up. Now look in that direction. Good. Sometimes can go even lower if the skies look interesting. You see. Lower your head. Lower your head, Kra. Look at me. Okay, go ahead. Hold it with your light first of all, and your finger over there. All right. But it looks like you guys have been shooting. So welcome once again. This is the second session, or should I say, the last session of our workshop. And I'm pretty sure that we learned a lot when we were outside, right? We did, didn't we? So maybe two people tell me what we learned, and maybe if there's any question, we can just capture that, and we can move forward to the purpose for which we're here. So first question.
Okay, my name is Jalula Alfred, and a student of Canon EOS. So the last time, or the first session, what I learned was how to frame a photograph and how to select a background.
Okay.
So what I learned was that when I'm selecting a background, I should look at complementing colors within my model and then the background.
Okay.
And how to also frame it, like choosing the right side or the right area to pose your model and other stuff, and
Okay.
also how to direct your light, your artificial light.
Okay.
And then the use of merging the artificial and then the natural light, which is the sun, when you are shooting outdoor photographs.
Okay. Okay, cool. Oh, let's give him a hand. All right, any contribution else? My ladies. You were my favorites during the workshop. Of course, besides my guy over there, so you definitely talk. All right. Yeah. Share with us what you learned that day.
Okay.
In fact, those who were handling the cameras the most, you know them, right? You guys know them. They will ask, they will say something, they will contribute. All right, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember you.
Okay, so I'm Mary.
Okay,
and
Mary.
What I learned from the whole session was I asked the question about the strobe, and I think I got a very clear explanation from you on what it is and how I can use it when I'm handling more than one camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you explained it. I'll say a little bit about what you said. You said that it has channels and groups. Yes, and then if we have more than one camera and then they are all in the same group but different channel, the strobe will respond to them differently. Yeah, so that was what I learned. And then I also learned that there was one thing that I really didn't get. It was when you were making the setup for the camera, like when you were setting the ISO, the aperture, and the shutter speed. And I saw that you were able to make the background blurry before you took the actual picture. That place, I didn't really get it.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. First of all, let's give a hand. Then I'll explain that part. Oh, is there any other question? All right, I'll proceed. Then the guys who were operating I think Madam would also help us out with the next one. So you think about what you would say to contribute. Then you, obviously, you start with the guys. All right, so the basic thing that I always do anytime I'm taking pictures with artificial lighting, blending with natural, obviously, when I'm shooting outdoors during the day, is that I ensure that I get a right exposure, a very perfect exposure, before I introduce my flash. So my flash is meant for my subject, but the ambience caters for almost everything else. So if I feel like I want this particular intensity or exposure for my background, I'll do that without a flash so that the flash doesn't deceive me. Sometimes the flash can touch areas in your background depending on how close your subject is to a particular element in the back. It could be a wall, it could be whatsoever. But in our instance, remember, the building was far back. We had a wall, but our subject was moved away from the wall because we kept her away from the lawns. Then, yes, there was a reasonable amount of distance from the wall to her. And that will help us to be able to control the exposure with the ambient light only for our background. So when it comes to the blurriness whatsoever, besides just the exposure, it depends on you. How much detail you want your background to have in terms of it being sharp or it being in focus. So I prefer to shoot, to be frank, if I have a lens that can shoot up to 1.2 of an aperture, can open all that wide, I'll go for that. Because why would I use an aperture of 1.2, a lens that has that capability, and I'll shoot at f4? Depending on, for the most part, I always shoot subjects against backgrounds that I want them to be isolated from. So for the sake of what we were doing, in our instance, we're using the Canon RF 85mm 1.2, which could open very wide because 1.2 of an aperture is a very fast lens. It makes it a very fast lens. You remember what I spoke about speed of lenses, how wide it opens and how, short it can go. That talks about the speed of the lens, and we could open it very wide. So I use that to blur my background, to also consider, that the aperture also controls how much light gets into the camera. So it's not just exposure, but blurriness as well. So now I consider all these things. Then, with the settings of my shutter speed, I know that I wouldn't be getting any motion blur whatsoever if I'll be moving, because motion blur doesn't only get ascribed to your subject, but also with your camera movement. So most often than not, when I'm shooting under harsh lighting, I wouldn't, of course, shoot below 100, 1/100 of a shutter speed. Because 1/100 will make it way too accommodating to light. It will be overexposed. So you see me shooting outdoor with a flash at anything beyond 1/2000 of a second. Because there, I want my background to have a particular exposure so that you can see the difference between the subject. Because the subject is isolated with the light that I'm going to introduce, as well as how much blurriness or how much shallow depth of field I want to have in my imagery. So first of all, I check exposure, I check my subject isolation before I introduce the artificial lighting in there. So that's how we, arrived at that particular result for those pictures. Yes. So my lady over there, you are next. That was clear, right? Yeah. Oh, you still couldn't think of anything. You shared something with us earlier, right? With your new peeps. You didn't talk at all. She didn't say a word. Then it's your opportunity to say it. Okay, Rich.
Hello, please. My name is Richmond Mensah. So what stood up for me was a mindset shift from photography. That it doesn't necessarily matter that you have to wait before you get everything before you start. You can start with whatever that you have. And also you have to open up your mind to learn as much as possible. And also I got to learn how to set up the softbox with the strobe inside, and also how to position your subject and how to direct your subject. We also got to learn about how we can control our lighting. Yeah, because at the end of the last time we got to know that we were looking for the sun at its high intensity.
Okay.
But then we didn't get that. But we were able to manage that light that we had with the strobe to get whatever that we want. So I got to understand that in any way, in any case, you can achieve whatever that you want in mind with the little resources that you have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was really good. Yeah, let's give it a hand. Anybody else? Our superstar. Yeah. Share with us what you learned. Yeah.
I first of all have a question.
Okay.
So
Should I ask
the question or what?
Oh, you can feel free. Yeah, you can ask.
So my name is Michael Sapi, and my question is the last time you were talking about if you want to get the cloud, the bluish color or even dramatic color, you have to play with the shutter speed.
Okay.
Yeah. before
trying to follow.
going to your lighting. So that one I want you to
Can
explain.
you come back again so we are very clear about your question very well?
Like I was saying
Mm-hmm.
the last time
Yeah.
we were talking, if you were saying if you want to get the bluish cloud um in our image, you have to first of all, before setting up your lighting, you have to first of all, like, set your shutter speed.
Mm.
And even that, I think recently I saw a video on YouTube, the one that you were on the streets with that model.
Which
Yeah,
model?
I mean, I don't actually remember the name, but you were using the 24 to 70 camera.
Okay. Is
Yeah,
it the light skinned model or something?
yeah,
Okay.
I remember. You said that in, like, if you want to get that dramatic feel in your image, you have to go with the shutter speed, play with set the shutter speed. That one I couldn't understand. That's why I want you to explain.
Okay, so there's more to it than just the shutter speed, actually. All right. I explained that without the introduction of artificial lighting, you can get a clear blue sky with a very beautiful composition of clouds in there. If I think someone even helped us with that explanation, right? You did. So if you'd, yeah. How about you? Yeah, help us out with that. Then I'll proceed
It's
with
about
yeah.
the natural light that you have. That is the
Mm.
sun. So if you take this picture,
Yeah.
you see the sun is okay, let's assume we have this softbox, right? So you are the model. You have to face the sun, the light, right? So me that I'm taking the picture, I have to be the light must be at my back. It must
Behind you.
reflect behind me, right? So when it reflects behind me and you are facing the light source, it bounces through the sky. So when it shines upon the sky, it will make it blue. The sky is already blue, so it's brightening it. That's yes.
Okay. To add on to that, that his explanation is towards the fact that if you're using just natural light,
Yes.
this example is when you introduce artificial light into it because you realize that the sun is back there, but his face is, well lit because we introduce artificial light into it. But if you're using just natural lighting, you, just like he said, you have to have, you as the photographer, has to have the sun behind you. Then a light will blast in front of your subject. Then you consider the sky. Because the sun is not positioned there behind your subject, which is going to end up being your background, that space will be preserved in a quite, should I say, reasonable exposure as compared to where the sun will be if it were to be behind your subject. I don't know if I'm clear or am I confusing you? So first of all, just make sure that the sun is your key light for natural lighting to get a beautiful blue sky with a good composition. The good composition still dawns on you as well as you'd have to depend on, the weather. Because sometimes you can have a very clear blue sky, very beautiful in vibrance and everything, there will be no clouds in there. So if you want to have clouds, sometimes the clouds can be way too much that it covers the blue area. Probably you wanted to have had maybe a very wonderful background there, but at that point in time, the clouds were not composed right. Then you have to shift through or hope that the winds will move them in a particular way. But the basic thing to always consider in order to have your subject well lit and your background and your sky well exposed as well is to make sure that the sun is behind you, the photographer. Then your subject will be lit by the sun as the key light. So here, in this example, the sun is serving not just being a practical light. A practical light is the light that you include in the shot, not what it does to your subject, but what you include in the shot. So sometimes you can watch a movie and you would see certain lamps, maybe indoor, standing lamps in the shots. Those are called practical lights or accent lights. Practical or accent lights. They show up in the frame. So here, the sun is a practical light. Now, what is it doing? It is rimming my subject. So it's also serving as a rim light. So here, it is playing the role of two lights, even though it's just one light. So I would still say that this is lit by two light sources, which is the sun and the introduction of my flash. So the AD600 that we used is able, that's the strobe that we used last time, is able to overpower the sun. You know, soft boxes can cut down lights depending on how much diffusion you give it. In this instance, I used a beauty dish. A beauty dish is like a dish, it's like a pan, okay? And some come with the interior parts silver or white. White would reflect, but the silver reflects more and even intensify how much light output comes out. I remember that what I did was I took off the diffusion because the sun was really bright at that time when I took these pictures. So that will give me more output than if I had diffusion, because the diffusion will first of all make the lighting soft, but it will cut down the intensity. So to change the quality to make it soft, and it will cut down the intensity as well. So if you want to get the full power out of the flash, you can either go bare flash without any modifier or no softbox nor beauty dish in there. Then you can make it bare, depending on what kind of light quality you're looking at. I hope you get what I'm trying to say. So I introduced the beauty dish and I use that as my key light because that's what is illuminating my subject right now. So to be able to get a blue sky this way without the introduction of artificial light, you make sure that he's rather facing the light or the sun. Then I would have been here taking pictures of him there. I hope it makes sense. All right, so then that's your question solved, right? Yeah. So what's your contribution now?
My contribution is I learned about the HSS, which is the high speed sync.
Yeah.
And how to trigger it from the camera to the what's it, the light, the strobe.
To the strobe or the flash, yeah.
So before you can trigger the HSS from the camera to the strobe, you need they need to be on the same channel.
Okay.
Yeah, and for them to be on the same time, I have to set first of all I have to set it on the scope before that the setting is on the camera. That's what I learned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I also explained further that you can add multiple lights, and if you're using the same camera, they all have to be on the same channel. But with the groups, you can change the group so that you can set the settings or the intensity of the light coming from the lights separately or individually. So one can be full power, one can be half, one can be quarter. As long as they are all on the same channel, they will respond to the trigger. But the groups will help you to control the intensity remotely without going over there to the light to set it. I hope it makes sense. Okay. So I think that's the recap of top stories. If there's anything else, then we can proceed. We good? All right. No other contributions. Madam, you never gave any. You never gave any. She has to give us something. She has to. Yeah. You have one. Oh, I think there's a question here. Hi. If it comes back to you and you don't have any question, hey, Fatoja, you pass it back on. Yeah, he has a question. Oh, the manapo, why manapo? You don't need it. You have one, or you would have by then. You would have had, right? Okay.
Yeah, I want to ask a question about the lighting stage.
Lighting what?
The lighting stage, like how to choose your key light.
You use the term lighting stage.
Yeah.
Stage as in?
Like choosing a lighting, like I don't know how to put it, like either to use the strobe or the natural light.
Oh, okay. The type of light you use at what point in time?
Sure.
So
when you are taking a picture outdoor, the natural light will determine the key light to use, or you can choose any.
A key light is just a category, or should I say, yeah, a category. So let's say if you have a flash in my face, and that's what is illuminating me primarily, that's my key light, or that's your key light. So in this stage, I could have used the sun as the key light, and my flash as the REM. So your question?
Yeah, okay, now I'm okay.
What?
I'm okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, sure.
So what determines your key light and whatever? So once you get to the set, let's say you would want to use artificial light to blend with natural light. The time of day can determine. So someone can wait. You can rely on the meteorologists, but their predictions can't always be 100%. So if the weather you presume is going to be maybe an overcast weather enough that you can get clouds in there and the sun will be also blasting very much, you would have to consider the time of day to shoot, because 12 noon to 1 will have the sun above your head, and it's going to cast nasty shadows under your chin, your nose, your subject's eyes, sockets, and stuff. But from 1, 2, 3, let's say from preferably 3 onward, the sun is flashed a little bit to the side. So now it hits somewhat a perfect spot. But depending on the intensity or the quality of the sun, you can bring in a diffuser to shield, just like how the clouds work under the sun when it's diffused, to determine that you can see that there will be no shadows if it's well diffused. If there are shadows, you can still harness it and bring in maybe a scrim. A scrim is like that diffuser thing that's within the flexi reflector we use, the framework in there. You realize it has a translucent material in there. It works just like the softbox over there. And you just put it there to shield or to cut down the light and diffuse it or soften it. So you can consider the sun as your key light maybe at that point. But I've realized that in my practice, the sun being the rim light always works, because most often than not, you want your rim light to be strong so that it becomes visible. All right? So it becomes very visible. It's just like we see over here. All right? It has become very visible. It even goes across all the way to his legs, all right, to carve him out of the background. And because the intensity is stronger, you can tell, because the background is not as overexposed as much as it's there. That's why it becomes visible. So I always want my rim light to be strong enough. All right. So the sun always works that way as my rim light. Then I can introduce a light source that is artificial, that is strong, that can overpower the sun, so I can position the way I want. Because the sun, you can't control where it will be at what time. But with an artificial light, you can always move. That's the beauty of shooting with the sun, because you can get the chance to control your key lights and work with the sun where it would be. But you always have to be mindful of the time of day you set up to shoot. Okay? But no time of day should deter you, because even the 12 noon sun's position is also perfect for certain instances. Because it's right above our heads, you can take shots of someone this way, on the ground or on the floor, with the sun coming that way. Because at that point in time, it's direct that way. I hope you get it. All right. Then we can go on. You have one. Oh, now? You don't have any? But you have a contribution. What then is it?
Like I was saying, like when
Do you have the mic in your hands? Kindly, yeah.
so like I felt interesting of like holding the camera. To take
No, that's why we're taking way too many of them.
That's what.
Okay, so you enjoyed holding the camera.
Yes, to take.
So that's the reason why I want to be a photographer. So you can hold more cameras.
No, that's
But what? Okay, how did it feel? I'm pretty sure you tried different setups, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The weight of it, wasn't it a bother?
No. It's
The weight of the camera, you just loved holding it. Some people have problems with the weight of cameras. And the weight of cameras can also help in a way. I don't know if you know. If you have a lens that's huge enough, it helps with stabilization. It doesn't wobble as much. But the focal length can also determine how stable your shot may also be. Using a 50 mm against, let's say, 100 mm. The 100 mm is really close. And so you realize minute shakiness in there. It wouldn't be as steady as using a 50 mm. So even when you are using a wide angle lens, let's say 35, 24, 28, 16, 18, they are more stable because it has a wider field of view. It's not as close. Because when it's close, you can see minute shakiness in there. But of course, if you're shooting with a very high shutter speed, you don't have nothing to worry about. It will capture it without any motion blur. All right. So the handling of the camera is what enticed you. That's what makes you want to do photography. And that's a good point, isn't it?
Please, my question is, I want us to know, like, brief us on how you position yourself to take the shots that we are seeing.
Okay. You can go ahead and continue to see exactly what I did, because I had a bit of BTS, but it was really in the past, so I didn't have someone who could film professionally for me. But I still have a behind the scenes over there on my channel, so you can find it. It has this image as the thumbnail. All right, so the first thing I'm probably sure that you can tell is that I shot it from down below. Okay, so it was a low angle shot. And I needed to ensure that everything in my background had a relationship to my subject. So what I really remember for sure was that I needed the leading lines to lead to my subject. So I made him stand in one particular spot. And there was an opponent on the other side hitting the ball with him, the tennis ball with him, all right? So that it will feel natural. And I will tell you that this image is probably one of the many shots I took, because you can't always get it right there and there. You would perhaps have to shoot a lot. So here, the camera choice can also count. Then I could only afford a 6D. The 6D shoots 4.5 images. I don't know what the 0.5 means, Grandpa Seth. But it shoots 4.5 images in a second in burst mode. You know what burst mode is? Rapid shots. Some cameras today can shoot 36, 35, even 60 something else, like up and there. Those cameras are best for sports photography. That's why when they're taking pictures of, racing cars, F1, Formula 1, and, motorcycles, and let's say even football. When they jump in the air, once the image is captured, it's not captured just once. You cannot always know for sure that when this person jumps at this particular time and I capture it, it's going to be right. So you have to shoot it rapidly. So the choice of camera counts. But my shortcoming was the camera choice I had. But that's all I had. So I took him through a lot of ordeal. He had to do this multiple times. And sometimes the ball wouldn't be in the right spot. So you can imagine, getting the frame right was a hassle. It's a huge hassle. But we could still do it. So low angle first of all, and I had the light right behind me. That's why you see that his face is lit well. Okay? But you wouldn't capture it perfectly just like this, because this is with the help of retouching that I was able to open up shadows somewhere here and there. Because you can't get it right just like this in camera. This is impossible to get in camera. You can get almost every element right, because I always made sure that it's a little bit underexposed for the background, so that when I'm opening up, my highlights won't be lost. Okay? So my highlights are in the sky. You realize these areas, yeah. And the sun is also there in the background, so I had to make it underexposed. Otherwise, my background would have been blown out, because I included the sun in the shot. Then, the choice of costume he wore. I asked him to wear blue, because the tennis court is painted in blue, and the skies will obviously be blue. So I needed the elements to work. And of course, the tennis ball is green. The background is greenery. Queen's Hall is blue in its custom color. And everything worked together. So when you see color harmony in there. Don't you? So all these things are things I paid attention to. But for making sure that you capture it right, you obviously, if it's a high speed, subject or a subject in motion, in order to get it tacked sharp, like as if he was suspended in the air, you need to shoot with a very fast shutter speed to be able to capture this. So with multiple shots, like that. And recycle rate also counts when it comes to flash. Because I was shooting under a very harsh sunny day, my light output had to be very strong. So it being very strong means that the recycle rate will be slow. Recycle rate is when the flash will become ready for the next shot. So I had to dial it down a little bit, and that's the downside. So I had to get the light even closer to him, which means if I'm not careful, I might get the light in my shot. So these are things that you have to also consider. All right? Okay, so the light's recycle rate, how soon it will get ready for the next shot. So I wasn't shooting in full power for the most part, unless maybe the sun was too strong and I wanted it to shoot in full power. But now I remember I was shooting in quarter power, 1/4, and I exposed it right. And because of proximity, remember, the light's position to the subject also determines the intensity of the light source in the face of the model. Because it was close, 1/4 was okay. Then I took multiple shots. And in the end, I ended up with one that I loved the most. And I augmented it, or should I say, I modified it with the help of Photoshop. This was just done with Photoshop. I didn't use Lightroom then. It's only Photoshop. I knew the colors to push to increase the vibrance of the blues. I did a little bit of masking, and yeah, in the end, I ended up with this. So yeah, this is one of my favorite pictures, I wouldn't lie. One of them. Today, if I look at it, I still feel proud of the fact that I could do this, because it holds a very, secure place in my heart.
Sure.
Because I was learning, that was when I bought my first, strong strobe. It's still there, but I barely use it today. And no problem, kakra. But I mean, when I had it before, it's crazy. Then I knew that, overpowering the sun means a lot. I can control the intensity. I can control so many things. Now I was being able to be intentional about my shots before I could even take it. I hope you get me.
Yes, please. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That with a 6D camera.
Yeah, 6D. Oh, I could have even done those with 600D.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. What matters is get the shot right. Yeah. Then a little bit you add to it will be a little bit of retouching, the little things that we're going to look at today, to just understand it. All right. There are more advanced ways to do so many things. I can use 7 lights for one subject depending on the things I want to do. I should be able to control all of them and know why they are there. They all have to do something. We can even add gels. Gels, they change the colors just like what you're seeing here. But these are LED and they already have their own colors. But before technological advancement stepped into it, where you wouldn't necessarily have to put in gels, the gels were like they are translucent materials with color. When you go make photocopies, the cover you see, that blue, green, or yellow, or red, then over there, you can put that in front of your flash and it will give it that light. The tail lights on cars, they are not necessarily red. That thing in there is working like a gel. You shoots through it and it changes the color. That's how the gels work. So these are all things that we can look at someday in the future. But I mean, for what is worth, let's look at the pictures that we took. I think we all share one particular image and we'll look at it and we see how much we have to push what. And I'll teach you a little bit. You know how to remove blemishes, pimples or stuff? But probably there are a lot of ways with Photoshop to arrive at a particular result. So we look at the easiest, then see how best we can change our greenery, the costume, change the colors, and introduce a little bit of color balance, and that will be that. Then one day in the future, we set up a particular day and, we look at color grading in depth, because it takes a lot of time to do that. All right, so what picture are we using? I want you guys to determine it. Then we can go ahead. Is it open?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Photoshop has Camera Raw as a raw processing, should I say, plugin or something like that in there that helps you to process raw files. Not every image processing system, like let's say, you can do a little bit with even Windows Image Viewer, but you can't process raw files in Windows Image Viewer. So Photoshop allows you to do that. We have softwares like Lightroom, also from Adobe, and also Evoto, which is AI, and Capture One, and what else? Come again? Affinity, Affinity also has it. So all these softwares can help you manipulate raw images. You know what makes raw images important and why you need to capture your images in raw as a professional photographer? What is the reason why? There's a microphone back there. Why do you always need to capture your images in raw?
I think when you capture your images in RAW, you have a lot more control over it, especially the white balance. If you want to change any color, if you want to tweak any color in it, you have more control over it.
Yes.
Maybe you have a special color that you want to give it in order to communicate something to someone who is looking at the image. You can do that. But if you capture it in JPEG, you don't have any control over that.
All right. The controls are always limited when you shoot in JPEG. Who else? Want to share something? The importance of shooting in RAW.
Since the RAW file is a lossless file, as the name says, you don't lose much details from the image. So now you have more control over what you want to change from the picture or not.
Exactly. Who else? I think it's covered, right? So yeah, that's the main importance. So you can have more flexibility, access to pulling details back in or out, and a whole lot more. So that's basically what we're going to do. Then we look at how to introduce certain colors to enhance our look. And also, of course, we have a very good example of a few blemishes in her face that we can, with the help of the software, with certain tools in there, we can clear them or, clean them and make them better. All right. So yes, once you have it open over there in Camera Raw, it tells you almost everything you need to know. There's a histogram. You know what a histogram is? That's what I'm pointing towards, okay? So when you increase your exposure, you realize that the histogram changes. The left side means underexposed. The right side means overexposed. So you realize it's flashed over here. And images, or should I say pixels, depict images in 3 colors. All right? I hope you understand that. And in print, we have 4. That's RGB and what? CM what? Of course, you guys are graphic design students, so you know that. So realize that histogram is giving you the color information of the reds and the greens and the blues. But they all come together to give you the entire, look of your images. And if you want to know that there's too much highlights or exposure is way too much, you realize that it flashes all the way to the left. And that's how you can use to tell. Some camera bodies, or most camera bodies today, show that histogram as well for you to know, especially for filmmaking. Yes. So that is that for that. Then the white balance over here. That's the temperature. Okay. You realize that also changes the tone of the image. So sometimes you can take a shot and probably what you shot was too warm. If you want to shift a little bit to equalize the colors in there or balance it, you can use the temperature. You can even do that in camera. So getting it right in camera is always important, but in case, for some reason, you had to shoot it real quick to move, you don't have the time of day to do all that in camera, you can have access to it over here in RAW. That's why you need to shoot in RAW. Because if you shoot in JPEG, you can still use these. You can open a JPEG image in Camera Raw, but you realize that you can't do so much. When you open up shadows, it gives you some mushiness. It changes the tones and all that. So always shoot in RAW, importantly. Okay, so yes, that's about that. Good. So for what I'm seeing, the image looks well exposed on its own, okay? It looks already okay, but if I want to look at certain details in the background, the first thing I always do is I move to the shadows and open the shadows to see what is over there, all right? So the exposure that was chosen in the time of day we shot this, I think we had a little bit of, have a question?
Why do you move the shadows first?
Okay.
Any other?
You can do anything according to, there's no particular order to, doing color correction. What we are doing is called color correction. We are getting the exposure and the detail retention as we wish. Someone can choose not to even open the shadows at all and just keep the background black that way. But if you still want to see certain details in there, you can open all the way. But when you open it all the way, what you're also introducing into the image is that you are messing up with certain areas that are supposed to be retained with shadows. So we will talk about something called masking so that you can bring back that effect in certain areas and have the shadows opened up in other areas. So that's more advanced. But over here, we have to ensure that if I'm not going to sacrifice the background at all, I can open it just a little bit to ensure that it is not too contrasty. Okay, cool. Now we can check the whites out. The whites work similarly to the highlights, but you realize that there's a difference because the whites affect the extreme white areas. You open up the highlights, you realize that it captures almost everything else that has highlights a little bit. But the whites focus more on the areas that are purely white, and it opens it. You realize that once you move them, they work similarly, but one has much more effect on the other, which is the whites. The whites have much more effects seen than the highlights when you push them. So in order not to do too much, the blacks also work just like the shadows, but it focuses on the black areas themselves. But if you crash it way too much to the left, it messes it up. You realize that this is how blacks look like on all the way to the left. But once we move shadows all the way to the left, it doesn't distort the image, even though they are all working in the shadow areas. So what I always would use, or in instances where I would use the blacks, would be when I want to crash the shadows even further. Because sometimes there are some areas that I don't want to bother myself to go clean out. I want there to be like, black. So I'll just push in the blacks in there just like so. All right. Just to ensure that, yeah, it has more contrast. My style is contrasty. Almost every image I take has a lot of contrast. That's my personal style. It might not be yours, but what I always do is I make sure that the exposure is balanced. The shadows are precise. The highlights are also precise, so that once someone looks at my image, they look at exactly where I want them to look at first before they check out any other places if they deem it so. I hope you understand. All right. So getting a right exposure is very, very relative. Everyone is different with how they see things. And also our display, monitor, whatever, also gives a different look to it. So what I always do every time is that because I want my images to come out the right way for everyone's consumption, be it someone who uses an iPhone, an Android, whatsoever, I still want the image to appear good. What I do is, after everything, I make sure that I check it out on the screen and make sure that it looks quite close to my phone. But you need to make sure that your monitor displays the correct colors. There are products that you can use to calibrate your screen. You can buy them. They wouldn't always work. But what has worked for me for the longest time is that you need to use a monitor that is meant for computers. Some people prefer to use TV sets and all that. But for editing, color grading, things that has to do with maintaining colors as they are supposed to be, you wouldn't always have it right with a TV. All right? I hope you get what I'm trying to say. So most computers, the standard computers, who has a standard computer over here? It has some bluish tint. But the gaming I would say the gaming computers and the rest, they have a very sharp color. The resolution is like 1080 or 4K upward. But there are other ones, like we have some HP computers, the older ones. They come with some tint, a bluish tint. They wouldn't always be the best. So you can always have a third-party monitor. Make sure that the colors are good. So what I did before, when I was getting my colors to be right, was I positioned my phone next to next to the monitor. I looked at a particular picture. It wasn't necessarily mine. I looked at a particular picture on the phone and also on the monitor, and I tweaked it manually. That's what I did. It might not really work for you, so you can patronize the usage of a calibrator. But I was able to tweak it as close as possible to what it looked like on my phone. And you realize that when you use a Samsung, I love Samsung. I don't use iPhones at all. But the iPhones give you a very dull tone, natural look. But the Samsung gives you more vibrance. So anytime I'm doing that, I have it at the back of my mind that Samsung, if this looks very vibrant, it might look better over here. So my monitor that I use at home has the looks of how an iPhone would look like. So once I'm done and I place it there next to my phone, it looks quite equal. And it goes across. That's how confident I am when I'm uploading my image, because I know in the end it's going to look as it's supposed to. I hope you get me. So you can always use that to control it by comparing how an image looks on your iPhone and display that same image on your monitor and try to tweak the settings, because it also has those calibrations that you can do manually to make it look close as possible. So that's one way too. All right. So are we all okay with how far we are with the opening of the shadows and stuff? How I wish the image that we chose had more detail in the background, but it's still okay. It's still okay. All right. You realize that there's green in here and there's red, complementary colors. Or should I say it's pink? But I think the cameras took the picture, made it okay. The display looks, but it's more to the red side, or magenta. So you know how to control or change a color from one to the next with Camera Raw. We have something we call HSL. All right, it's in the color mixer. I don't know what version of Photoshop you're using, but over there we have hue, saturation, and luminance. Hue means color, basically. So you can have 14 hues of blue, but they are all under the category of what? Blue as a hue. Same for green and any other color. Saturation means vibrance or how rich, how pronounced a color can be. And the luminance, luminosity, light, how bright or how low of an intensity it is. So that's what we can do over here. And you realize that the software registers certain colors. It works with reds, oranges, yellows, greens, aquas, and blue. The aqua looks like blue, but it's more of like turquoise, but it goes with the blues. Purples also have a bit of blues in there and has magenta. Then we have magenta itself. So these are the colors we can play with. And almost every image comes with something over there that you can augment. I hope we get me. All right, so starting off, what I think I see immediately that stands out for me is the reds. But for some reason, I feel it's okay for me. The reds look okay for me, unless you want to change it. So let's say we want to change it. Hue will make you change one color from one point to the next. But you can't shuffle through all the colors on the spectrum, because red will go on the other side to a different color. So what we already have here for the reds is on the right side. I don't know what version of Photoshop you're using. Yours can be a little bit different, but it still has the same information. When I flash the red to my right-hand side, you realize that it is changing the color from red to the orange, because if you look over here, it's orange. I hope you notice that. So that's one way you can change the color. The second most important thing you have to also consider if you are taking pictures of a person is the skin tone. That is the game changer over here. If you mess up with the skin tone, like for instance, I'm going to do, if I do it this way, she looks like an alien. You get me? So this is really wrong. So you have to make sure that your skin tone is also preserved very well. If you're shooting any inanimate object, like let's say a car, a camera, you don't have to worry about those things, because you'll be working with extreme highlights and shadows. But here, we have mid-tones in there. And the skin tone has all of that there. So with the skin tone, that's the reason why I love Canon colors. Canon, for some reason, has never failed me ever with skin tones. Sometimes people prefer Sony and all that. It has a little bit of green. I see it. But you can always correct it in Camera Raw or wherever that you can process raw files. But I've realized that when I'm shooting with HSS, you remember I told you that HSS gives you a punch in the color. Plus, the camera itself's color science is really accurate with skin tones. It will blend out beautifully. So, what I noticed over here is that if I send it all the way to the left, of course, the orange will change into reds. So keeping it in the center somewhere as it used to be is just right. So maybe a little bit over there so it looks... So these are very minor or minute tweaks. You don't have to do anything huge. Yeah. Now to the elephant in the room, the greens, right in front of her. We can change it as we wish. I prefer always to bring in some yellows in there in the greens to just make it look a little bit, fancy and pronounced. Because this kind of green doesn't make it look really natural to me, personally. So if I send it always to the left a little bit, it gives it a little bit of life in there. In the same way, the yellows can also be found in greenery. So you realize that the color information in yellow, the color information in leaves or grass can be found in the yellow space as well as the green space. All right. So let's make it a little bit this way. These are very, particular to me. The things that you have a question?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I have a question. sir, please, all of these effects, they are happening to the subject in the leaf in front. Is there any setting that you can do that can affect just the image and not affect the other things in the environment around the subject?
Yes, that can be done. That's why I was talking about masking. So there are certain colors in there that you can never run away from. That will still be found in maybe a subject. So for instance, let's say a good example would have been if she was wearing green, for instance, and you have greenery there. Once I am effecting a color difference or a change, I'll only consider what I'm considering. Let's say I'm looking at the greens of the leaves. Then when I'm done, I'll enter into Photoshop. Then I'll mask out. So we look at masking. I'll mask it out and I'll only clean away where I don't want the effect to be, and it will be maintained in the areas that I want. So in cases where the person is wearing green and the background is green, if you want the green to be different, because naturally probably what she wore, the hue of the green that is in the clothes is different from the background, or it could be whatever, you make sure that they are all segmented unless you want it to blend. You want to go? All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think so. They will tell you everything else. So can someone fill in that seat? Yeah. Okay. So we'll go ahead and do it that way. All right. So that you can see how we can change and mask so that the effect stays in one area. All right. Shall we proceed? Can we? All right. So now with the luminance, that's where you can change how bright or how dark you want a color to be. But there are always limitations. Sometimes you don't have to do so much. Sometimes you wouldn't really prominently see a change. It's just like a reel I saw. A photographer was tweaking certain things. He knows for sure that the client wouldn't even know. But he wanted. So he just tweaked maybe one point to the next and all that. All these things are very what's the word? Is it minuscule or whatever? It's very, very, very small. You barely even notice it. But how you feel about it, you can tell as the creative. So certain colors should be maintained. I mean, what I prefer is to make sure that my images look as natural as possible. Unless you want to go the extreme to stylize in a particular way. But make sure that your colors look true to nature as much as possible. Getting that fundamentals out of the way is better. Then you can furthermore look at ways that you can stylize or, add any kind of spin to it. All right, so with the luminosity, let's start with, of course, the reds. When I increase it to the right, realize that it brightens it up. It changes the exposure of just that area that has reds. So you notice her lips change, her eyeshadow. You know what the eyeshadow is? The eyelids, yeah. The eyeshadow, the color over there changes as well. Anywhere that has reds. And even in the skin, slightly, you notice it slightly in the skin tone. Yeah, because it means that we have reds present in skin tones. Red, oranges, and yellows. All right. Now, let's say maybe I like the intensity of the luminance of the red. Let's move on to orange to increase a little bit so that she stands out a little bit more. Not do it too much because it makes it look like it's overly exposed. We don't want that. Then we have yellows. Yellows are present in the greenery. You see it? Yes. And greens also. All right. So just gives you the opportunity to select certain colors and change them like you wish. So let's say maybe my exposure is a little bit too much. Can dial it down slightly. Then once I'm okay with what I have, I just hit open. When you hit done, it saves the details it will recognize next time you upload this image back. All these things that I have over there, if I hit done, cancel, obviously, it would cancel everything we've done. But if I hit done, it registers it in this image the next time I upload it. So the raw has been changed to certain colors this way. But if I say open, it opens it in Photoshop so that I can further do anything else I want to do. All right. So we are familiar with Photoshop, aren't we? Almost everyone. You know the two bars over on the left? You can shuffle through. Those that have those right bottom corner little thing over there means that you can drop down for further, tools embedded. Yes, but the basic things we are going to look at will be clearing blemishes and masking and seeing how best we can change colors a little bit. And I'll teach you a bit about color balance, where we can introduce certain colors in the areas. Then think if there's any question, we can look at them. And we'll also look at how we can whiten the eyes. If she had her mouth open, exposing her teeth, it will be the same process to whiten teeth as well. All right? Okay. So remember when we were taking the group picture, I said if you are if you're insecure about your smile, you just smile. We'll make augmentations. We'll brighten your teeth. Okay, so yes. So the first thing that stands out, of course, is the blemishes, the pimples in there. You have a question? Okay. The mic.
I think after we were done making those tweaks or changes and the camera raw filter, it made us click the open. That is very also good. But I think as beginners, couldn't we have also chosen the open as subject, which would further allow us to even come back again to also further tweak it if we realize that anything that we are doing is not really good, or like you need further color changes in the camera raw filter.
Camera raw. Okay, so what I think you are trying to say is if you want to go back again, if you could, right?
Smart objects.
Smart objects, yeah, it works. Also, you can use a shortcut to open it up again in camera raw. That's how the masking would work. So every time I make an effect, I make sure that I duplicate the layer so that what is back there or behind is as it was, so that if I want to revert, it will be easy. I'll just delete it, I'll come back. So if you want to go back to camera raw, the shortcut is very simple. It's Control Shift A. Control Shift A on Windows. And is anyone using Mac over here? You are here. Will be, I think yours is Command Shift A, and that will be that. All right. So did it work? Control Shift and A. It should open camera raw again. Did it? All right. So that you can go back and tweak. So you realize that it opens it on a clean slate. Have you realized? So it's considering it as a newly open, image. All right? I hope you get me. Cool. So I would always advise that you duplicate the image before you go back, so that once you've made a mistake, you don't want to go back on it. You just delete and you can, yeah. So the shortcut to duplicate? Control J on when that layer is selected. All right? So once that opens, then you can hit Control Shift A, then sends you there. You can do further tweaks as you wish and return. All right. Any other question? Any other question? Okay. So let's proceed. Now, I want us to, of course, keep that duplicated file so that that's also worked on as a different image or a different layer. Good. Now, let's zoom in into her face. All right. And I'm pretty sure some of you know how to remove blemishes. Does anyone over here know? You do. What tool do you use?
Patch tool and remove, as well as spot healing brush.
Okay, you. The same thing. So any of them can work. Even someone can even use clone. Clone, depending on what you want to do. So what I use is patch 2. All right, patch 2. Because almost everybody over here is using a mouse, I want to also use the mouse so that we can be on the same page. The patch tool over here, okay? Those of us who don't know how it works, are we on the patch tool? Are we all there? Okay. What you do with the patch tool is you select an area and you shift it to the side where you want it to duplicate, and it just affects it there. So you realize that an image shot, the face of a person has texture. Certain areas have more texture than others. And also with the image shot with whatever lens you used also can make certain areas soft in her face. So for instance, the tip of her nose, all right, is softer because the one who took the shot focused on the eyes. And the eye over here is closer to the lens than over here. So you realize that this is a little bit blurry than over here. So all these areas will also inform you about, the depth of field. That's what the depth of field is all about. And also you have to consider highlights as well. These are all very important to know when we are using the patch tool, so that you don't select an area and duplicate somewhere that doesn't make it look realistic. So the tip of the nose is a little bit blurry and it has highlights in there as compared to over here, which is, I would say, somewhat correctly exposed. So look at something. Most often than not, people want to just get it over with quickly. So they will select a huge area this way and find the same spot over there and look at what happens. It doesn't look real. So it's been duplicated, but it's messed up. All right? So let's undo. Okay? The best way is to take your time. You see, an area with texture will be consistent until it's no more. So for instance, over here, if I select this blemish, okay, and I move it just slightly to where it's closest, it looks like there wasn't any blemish at all. I didn't shift it all the way to this different texture. Even though they are close, this texture over here, or texture information over here, is different from here. So look at something. If I send it here, even though the texture looks close, but you realize that there's something wrong. Someone might not see it, especially if someone's not paying close attention, because they are all in the same area and they have the same texture, but of course it's wrong. So it's not the best place to pick it. You have to pick it closer to it. So you take your time. And also, one thing I've also noticed with this tool is that when you select an area that has highlights, even though it's close, and you send it to that spot to change it, realize that doesn't make it look real. So always make sure that what you're selecting, let's say if this blemish is what I want to move, you send it close to where it is. Then it's like it makes it like there wasn't any blemish at all. So let's try and remove blemishes as close as possible. Let's take our time and remove them bit by bit, like that.
Please, as much as we want to remove all the blemishes, sometimes don't you think we overdo it by removing? Sometimes the model has maybe a natural spot on her face, but we overdo it and remove that one. What do you say about that?
Okay, yes. So it's still on you. Let's say you're shooting for a client. Then you can decide if I want to remove this or that. But there are certain features of the face. Someone can have a black spot or something like that somewhere to maintain, depending on where exactly it's positioned. If it obstructs the purpose of the shoot, you can remove it. But it's not everything that you should remove. Some people can have scars that are natural. Because you can remove it doesn't mean you should, certain times. Some people can have tribal marks. You maintain it so that's their identity. So having that power doesn't mean you always have to exude it. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So you don't necessarily have to remove everything. But there are some things that are blemishes. That's why we call them blemishes. Are like mistakes. It's a synonym for issues, mistakes, things that are not supposed to be there. So let's say pimples, acne. Then you can remove those. Unless you want to maintain it, depending on why you are maintaining it, you can. Okay. Person's features.
Yeah.
So when I was younger and I didn't know about photography or retouching for that matter, you see all these cosmetic, products, they are billboards. It's like, hey, so when you use this particular cream, this is how I'm going to look like. Then I have to buy it. It deceives so many people even till today. The power of Photoshop is what makes that happen. They retouch the skin and make it look powerful. If you look at the raw files and how these models look, some have stretch marks here and there and all that. But you can just clean it. Overly done. Way too smooth. It's way too smooth. And but someone can actually retouch an image, maintain the texture. That's way advanced. I wish we had graphic tablets. We could have done that. We will use a technique called frequency separation, and there's also another technique called dodge and bend that can also be used to arrive at real stuff. before we were all using frequency separation. It still works today, depending on how much you can control its effect. All right. So we have the power to to be like God for an instance when we're editing pictures and doing everything we want. You can even take things out of the shot and replace it with. We can manipulate. You guys are graphic designers, so you know image manipulation. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So all these things are within our hands. In fact, you are manipulating the image as we speak, changing the blemishes and all that. You know, I remember one time I had to even replace someone's tooth. Oh yeah, the person asked me to do that. The person had a chipped tooth, so I had to replace it with the same incisor and reflect it so that it makes it natural. Because on this side, it turns the other way. This side turns the other way. I reflected it. I positioned it right. Then I added the shadows right to make sure that it looks like it was there before. And I whitened it. And I did. You can do so many things. Most of the pictures you see, sometimes we even have a tool called Liquify 2, where you can change the features, the shape of the person's face. That's where the slave queens, I mean, sorry to say, they can, push in their waist in there, bulge their waist, their hips, and make them look perfect. Most of the pictures you see, they are just not real. I won't lie. I've met so many models I've seen in pictures, and we meet them in person. We ain't show. All right.
So said there are no legal.
Legal one. Well, you want to be arrested for augmenting someone's look.
In case maybe I use a modified a modified image which is not real.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the real person's face, and then I use it for advertising and those things. Can't they arrest me?
It depends on how you used it. Let's say a brand has contracted me to take pictures of a model, maybe their cosmetic products. Of course, we sit down and we discuss what we are supposed to, how far we push this. And even the images, there's a contract between the models and the brand, how far they can push certain things, how far the models will allow that. That will also determine if the model will be taken on the project or not. So all these things are decided on. The client will tell you what they want, and then your problem. What they want is what you do for them. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But you can't also pick someone's image and use it. It has done that. Someone has done that to me before, and I had a friend who was a lawyer, and I'm and they paid something to keep that image. They were using it for a party. I think one of the pictures I took in the past. The person just picked it up and made a poster out of it. So someone saw it and contacted me. Said, "Kobby, look at this." When I checked it out, there were contacts over there. Of course, they are promoting the party. I called them. This is my image. Why didn't you ask for permission to use it? They were like, "Oh, then we are sorry. I said this one there is just." No, we don't do that because the image of that person being pushed across, the person might think I gave access to you. You access to the image. It's also something that also can infringe on my reputation. Because I don't even know what the party is all about. Some party something that has nothing to write home about, and your image is used. Because your images represent you as much as you representing the person that you took pictures of. I hope you get me. Yes. So before you do anything for someone, definitely they'll tell you what they want. And also, when I am taking pictures of somebody, I also have to make sure that, because most of my work ends up on YouTube, so YouTube also has its own policies. So abiding by them, you realize that your pictures are always in the space where it's applicable almost everywhere. Yeah. Any other question? Are you done with the blemish removal? Maybe, and I'm a can. You can't do it 100% because I think you are even limited with the tools you're using. All right. So now let's move on to the cleaning of the eyes. This is not obviously her natural pupils. She's wearing contacts. So we realize that there's green in there and whatsoever. But that's not what we are going to look at. We are looking at the white areas of the eye. When you zoom in even further, you realize that naturally, it's only a newborn child who would have very clear white eyes. But because we are older, our eyes have been exposed to dirt, dust, so many things, and even sleepless nights as students as you are, we always would have maybe red eyes a little bit, the veins will be protruding, just like you can see in hairs. All right. So these are things that you can clean. But what I do is I don't clean out the veins unless they are obstructing something. But in there, the blood vessels are going to be maintained. But you realize that the brown areas are a little bit too much, so we can clean that. So with that, we are going to create a new layer on which we're going to mask out and clean that area. So that's where the masking comes in. Because the color information in the areas that we want to clean out in the whites are also present in the skin tone. Because you see there's brown there, and the skin tone also has a little bit of brown. All right. So this is what we do, or I do. There are various ways, but this is what I do. If we go down here over here, all right, we have vibrance. Drop it down. We have vibrance, we have hue, saturation, color balance, and the rest. We'll be using some of them. What we are going to use to clean the eyes, that can also equally be used to clean the teeth, is hue or saturation. So let's click on that, and it will create a layer on top of the last we did. You seen it? When that opens, automatically, this is a mask. The white space is a mask. The mask is something that, or should I say, is a filter that can reveal and that can obscure or conceal. I hope you get me. So this is it. We are going to select this particular one over here to reveal the hue, saturation, and luminance. Sorry, the lightness. And you realize that right under the default, we have master. Drop it down, and you see color information over there. RGB and the CMYK. They are all here. We are going to select reds, because majorly reds is what we see in the eyes over there, unless there's yellow or whatever. But with the teeth, I realize that there's more yellow than the reds. So over here is rather reds or yellows, but prominently I see reds. So select red and push the saturation to the left. You realize that it saturates the entire area that has red information. But that's not a problem. She looks like, she looks ashy, but that's not a problem. You're going to revert it or invert it. Okay, so are you done to that spot or that step? Good. Now this time around, let's select the mask. The white mask. Are we there? All right. So once the mask is selected, we are going to invert it back to as it used to be. But the mask is there to obscure this effect, even though it's there. But when we invert it, then we can clean out and bring this effect back in the areas that we wish to have them. So you realize that when we reduced the reds in there, it has cleaned them out over there. So that's what you're going to focus on to clean out. We wouldn't come this way or whatever. But that mask can still bring these back, even in these areas, because the red has been taken out of those areas. So what you have to simply do is to hit Control or Command on Mac and hit I, Control I, and it reverts back or inverts. Is it back? Good. Now, like I said, it's over there. That's why the mask has turned into black. So black means concealed. White means revealed.
Remember, let's create another one and see. Razabia, the next one. I'm sure I'm following you. Okay.
Master, yeah,
Probably, maybe it has to do with, maybe you didn't change way enough. Did you change it? Why?
Okay, sorry, we didn't reduce the saturation.
Yeah, still not. So nothing was happening. So just have to. So now, right now, your paper be so too. I don't know. I'm inverting mask and memory. Control.
Okay, we good. Okay, can we proceed with the color balance? Can we?
Yes.
With the color balance,
Is it okay?
let's zoom out.
Is it okay or there are mistakes?
Let's zoom out all the way. I was explaining that in a shot, we have highlights, shadows, and midtones. All right? The midtones are in the middle, obviously. Highlights are towards the extreme whites, and the shadows are towards the extreme blacks. Okay? So, in every image, you have these three in play. Obviously, the dark areas are in the shadows, but there are some areas in the shadows that are still exposed a little bit. So midtones are there a little bit. And if you look at her cheeks, the pearls around her neck, that's the necklace, as well as her forehead on the right side, you notice that there are highlights, and even on the eyeballs as well. They are all considered highlights over there. So over there on the tone, if you have your color balance selected,
Yes.
we have shadows, midtones, and highlights. Naturally, or should I say by default, is at midtones. So let's take it to shadows first of all. Are we there on shadows?
Yes.
Question? Yeah, go ahead.
Keep mentioning shadows, but I don't understand. Like, with the picture,
Mm-hmm.
for someone like me, I don't see any like shadows.
You don't see. Okay. You're taking us literally shadows. How shadows? Okay. Sorry about that. When I talk about shadows, what I mean essentially is areas that has almost no detail. It's just darkness. I don't know if you get me. Not necessarily shadows that are cast on the ground. All right. So that's the shadows. And these are midtones where there's color information most of the time. And the highlights are places that are almost close to extreme whites without no detail. So that's what I mean by shadows.
Okay.
Is it clear?
Yes.
So right now, a software will consider your skin tone to be more on the shadowy side than maybe him, because he has a lighter skin tone than, or even your friend next to you, Obed. You get what I'm trying to say? That's how it is. So that's what I mean by highlight, shadows, and midtones. So what he's wearing will definitely be towards what?
This one.
The white will be considered as what in the
Midtone.
software? No.
What is color?
Yeah, no. The three shades.
There's dark tone.
I'm talking about highlights, shadows, and midtones.
Okay, so this will be highlights.
There will definitely be highlights. And your sister in front of you is wearing what?
Black.
So that will also be looked at shadows. But there's some parts that are being reflected. I'm talking about her black dress.
Okay.
There's some areas that are catching light. So those areas will be a little bit of the midtones. But if you are looking at midtones, highlights, and shadows, a good example is the three of you. What you are wearing is gray, so it's midtone, and Obed is wearing white and she's wearing black. So shadows, highlights, and midtones. Basically, that's what it means. So if you look at anything would have shadows, because that's where that's figure drawing. You've drawn spheres, right?
Yeah.
Cylinders and all that. Yeah. You were working with highlights, midtones, and shadows. Because you realize that you would shade certain areas calmly or mildly. Yeah. Those are the transitions. So they blend from shadows to highlights. So that middle part or mid-ground is the midtone. I hope it makes sense.
Yes.
Thank you. So let's look at the color balance. Basically, let's start with shadows, with the tone. We have cyan, we have red, we have magenta and green, yellow and blue for all of them. Shadows, highlights, and midtones. So with the shadows, just like I said, the areas that are black with close to no information are going to be affected by whatever we do over here, since we've selected shadows. So if you send it to cyan, you realize that the highlight areas don't catch on the details, but rather the black areas or the dark areas take on the cyan. All right? I hope that's the same working for you. Okay. The same way, magenta will be pushed in. So you realize that these effects that we are doing, we are actually color grading right now. Because color grading is the introduction of colors in areas that are not necessarily present. Before, we're doing color correction. That's where we were changing existing color information into other things, into other colors. But with color grading, we are introducing colors there where they never were. I hope it makes sense. So, cyan to the left, we are pushing in some cyans in there, and you realize that the blues will also be there as well. So it's getting darker and darker. And you realize that the face is also affected because the face also has shadows in there a little bit. So the more you push, the more the effect becomes prominent. So let's not do too much. Let's make it very subtle. Okay? So, and even after everything you've done, you can still go to the opacity on the same layer and reduce how much is working. So the tone again, still on the same layer. If you prefer to control the shadows, the midtones, and the highlights separately, then after you are done with the shadows, for instance, you can create another color balance layer and then move on to midtones. So that if you want to take out the midtones away, you can do. Otherwise, you could have done all three on the same layer. I hope you get me. Yes. So let's say highlights as well. Realize that once I push it, it affects the highlights areas. So that's basically that. How we color grade with color balance. So you are balancing colors. You are just blending colors. You're pushing it in here and in there. So let me see what you do with the color balance. Make sure you don't do it too much. Even with mine, it looks a little bit too much, but when we are done, we'll look at the masking and see how best we can bring back her face. And that's the effects will just appear in only the areas we want. Okay? Any question? I hear clicks, wow. Now that we are done with an effect of some sort or color grade of some sort, what we are going to do now is to remove those effects in areas that we wish shouldn't be. Then we can retain some in those areas. This is where it comes in handy when you use a soft brush. All right. So like we said, make sure that your hardness is all the way to 0. And the size will be dependent on the areas you're going to clean. So this is how it goes. Make sure that the right... did you create multiple layers for the color balance?
Yes.
Okay, so let's turn them all off until the last, or the first one you created. And toggle them on and off and see if you can see an effect. I don't know if you understand the sequence I said.
Yeah.
If you created multiple ones, close or blind or deactivate the first two or the last two and maintain the last one or the first one you created. Are we there now?
I can't see the difference.
My ladies,
Yes, sir.
are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you sure? You were murmuring.
No.
Are you there? All right. Now let's make sure that the mask is selected. Okay?
Okay.
Is it? Good. Now with the help of the brush tool, I don't know if originally your fill, where I'm pointing at, where I'm, hoovering, make sure that that area, the fill that's on top is black instead of the white, because the white is what reveals the effect we've done. But now you're going to paint in or remove the effect. So make sure that it is black. You can either click this or hit Shift X to bring this back. Then you can zoom, either zoom. What I want us to do is to clean it out of the face, to bring back the face as it used to be, okay? All right, so we have opacity even up here and flow for the brush application. If you feel like your effect is going to be too drastic or too severe, you can reduce the opacity and also the flow. It's kind of like the opacity in a way or two. So for the sake of the tutorial to actually see it, let's keep it at 100 and 100, all right? Then when you are doing it for real, you can take your time and reduce the opacity to, let's say, mostly, I don't touch the opacity. The opacity can be 100, then the flow can be at 20 or 50, gradually, so that you can graduate into what you want to do. All right, so with the black to be painted on the white mask, you realize that it reveals what is underneath. So now, if your brush size is too big, you can reduce it into those small corners, small areas, and just paint it back. And you can restore your skin tone. So this is what happens when you are color grading. You have no fears because you can always come back and mask and clean certain areas out. So if you are focused on the shirt or the dress or the background, just go as far as you want. Just forget about any areas that you can recover. Then just push. Then you can come back and reveal it back. In the same way, since we've cleaned out the skin tone, we want to introduce another skin tone in there. In the same way, you can create that color balance again. And maybe the mid-tones, I can push it this way, maybe a little bit. Still looking at the skin, making sure that the skin looks in a particular way. All right? Then I just invert it again. Then, because this is black, I'll paint in there with white. And it will only affect the area I am painting. So that's how masking works. It also works in similarly in video production, but video production is a little bit tacky because you have to track where that particular, let's say it's a face. The face is supposed to move and come back. When the face turns, it changes the shape and everything. So you track, and the software will have to track first of all. Then you add that effect, and it will maintain in that area. And you realize that mask also should have, some softness on the edges. So that's with video. We will talk about, hopefully, maybe one day, who knows, we might have a workshop on that. But you guys are doing graphic design. Do you even care about that?
You care.
Now you are in multimedia.
People.
Okay. But still, first of all, once you learn on your own. So you would have questions. It's easier to teach when there are questions, so that I can understand where the problems are. Because otherwise, most of the things I say, maybe you know it already. Okay, so that's how it goes. So now the skin tone is preserved. The same way you can do that for the clothing anyway. It's just a matter of inverting, cleaning out, bring it back and all that. So realize that color balance is one thing that you can do in that way. Hue and saturation also can be done with masks. In the same way, we have vibrance, exposure, levels, curves. They are all there. They all come with masks in the same way. So you can play around with it on your own. The way I learned using Photoshop was trial and error. The very first day I learned about masking like this, that I could change someone's hair color. I could even apply makeup and all. With the use of blending modes and all that. There are so many things you can do. So yeah.
It's white, so I should say only this.
Do you have any questions so far?
Down with that one.
Okay, microphone please. Microphone. Are you struggling with something? You want a lipstick to come up more. You've punched it even more, yeah. So that you just saturation or vibrance, then you just add, the mask over there.
Okay, so
we have a question over here. Let's please pay attention. Yeah.
So in this image, we have only one subject, and we are using the masking tool.
Mm-hmm.
So what if maybe we have multiple subjects, and we are trying to change the colors of those subjects? Like, you see, when brushing, sometimes you brush off to a different
area.
Yeah. So how do we ensure that we get, maybe if it is only the face that we are brushing, to get the effect we've added, like it's only that section?
Yeah, that's why you need to ensure that your brush size is smaller in certain areas, that it doesn't go beyond or interfere in areas. So for instance, if I'm just looking at the face and I want to be 100% careful, make sure that your brush softness is all the way to 0, so that it doesn't make it too hard, the effect. I don't know if you get me.
Okay.
So when you're painting, this is way large to get it right here, because it will bleed a little bit out. So what I'll do is I'll make it smaller, zoom in very well, especially in areas where I have to be careful, then I'll paint. The mouse makes it difficult because you have to stroke and you leave, release, click again. But with the use of a graphic tablet, you realize that you'll be painting like you're using a paintbrush. It makes it faster. and more precise. Do you get it? But with the help of the mouse, you can still do it, but you just have to make sure that in as much as you're doing it, you reduce, you increase brush size, you paint areas. And like with the masks, you can use one mask for one person. Let's say there are 3 people in there. You can make multiple masks for the individuals over there. Or you can apply the same mask if you're looking at skin tones and they have equally the same skin tones. You can use one mask for all of them. But someone might be closer to the lights than the other. Then you can use lightness also there in those options or exposure. And you can mask areas to bring in more intensity in certain areas. So that's basically the fundamentals about masking. All right. You can duplicate or you can put them all in one file. There's a word given to that. Not necessarily group. Group is when you selected and you hit Control G or something. But I'm talking about you encapsulate all of them as one layer. What you've done. That is, you have to make sure that whatever you're going to do has the visibility on. Because if I do what I'm about to do with this, which is toggled off, it won't work. So I'll select this. Shift Control Alt E. Shift Control Alt E. It will put everything together as one. So that's more like you have, come again, merge visible layer. It puts them all together as one and duplicates up there. It means that everything you've done prior is all in that. So that if you want to continue with safety, you have one starting up like you are now starting from the top. Put it all together. Then you can even go to Camera Raw, do certain things you want to do in Camera Raw, then come back and add a mask. This is the mask. Once you click it, it creates that mask and you can work on it like you did with the color balance and everything. So you can bring back the effects of the camera roll you affected and all that. So that's, once you understand these things, everything else will be, let me do trial and error. How would this work? How would that work? Yeah. Those of you who haven't ever used the Liquify tool, have you used it before? Who has used the Liquify tool before? You have. Have you? Okay, the Liquify tool, remember what I said it's used for? To distort, contort, or whatever, or open up. You can change the shapes of so many things. But you have to make sure that it doesn't make it unnatural. Because sometimes these liquids, once again, I can use them as an example. Someone can use Liquify tool and forget that there's a door behind the subject. Now, that distortion affects the door line or the frame. And you can tell that something has been done. So you have to consider all these things before you use it. So let's say her eyes are a little bit too big. Maybe you want to make it smaller. You create the layer, you put it all together, merge visible, and you can also furthermore duplicate it so that it's safe. Then you go to Liquify. At Filter, just Liquify. It even has a shortcut. Shift Control X. So once you select Liquify, make sure it's on a new layer. All right, don't do everything on the same layer, otherwise you can't go back, because the history session also has a limit. You can't do so many of that. You can't always go back like that. So let's select Liquify over there, and once Liquify opens, I'm going to zoom in, and you see that that's the size of the brush. Depending on the size, it will, do whatever you want to do to it. All right. So let's say the size of the eyes. I want to make it smaller a little bit. I'll take my time, not to make it too much. Just get it messed up a little bit. Just a little bit like that. Can actually shape the face. Maybe her cheeks are too bulging. I can push them in a little bit. The reason why I've made it big is to make sure that it selects a huge area and pushes it in. Otherwise, if I make it small this way, this is how it's going to look like. That's all, Yari. All right, we don't want that, so push it in this way. All right. So here, I'm there. I'm wasting no way. No. That's basically what. So if you want to preview, you see the effect we've done to the face. All right, you can always go back. her eyes are messed up a little bit. You realize that? So let's say I hit OK and it fixes it. The reason why I always admonish that we create a new layer is that we can always go back on it. So now again, if the liquify is not something to my satisfaction, let's say the eyes, but I like how the cheeks are now, I can add a mask and clean out the effect I did over here. With a black, of course, on the white. Then it cleans and brings it back. All right? Are you confused?
No.
What are you confused about? Which area? The liquify. I have to start again? Okay. So, the use of the liquify is to change the shape of something. It can be the face of the person, certain areas of the face and all that. So I always want you to create a new layer of the image. And once that is done, you go to filter, all right, liquify, and it opens it. Now the liquify works with a nudge tool. That's the one selected at the left top corner. And that's what we are going to use. So the nudge tool will help you push in and pull out, wherever you want. Can reposition the nose, depending on the size of the brush. You get it? You get what I'm trying to say? You can do so many things you want to the face. I don't want that, so I won't do it. So that's basically what we are doing. You nudge. Then, once you're done, you just hit OK. And because on a new layer, you can always go back on it. All right. Any question? He's purposely messing up her face. So. It looks like an effect. A filter I know on social media. One of them. Is it TikTok or Snapchat?
You can select them by
the microphone. What is it? You can select what exactly?
So, maybe the features on your face. I think we have the eyes. We have the eyes, the nose, the mouth, and the face shape. So you can, if you want to work maybe just on the eye, you can just select the eye and work just on the eye, or you can use the the face thing to change. Like, can you work specifically on just the eye?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, okay.
You can always work specifically on the eye.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Even just the eyebrows, cross. Make sure that they are all on different layers. So that you can always go back.
So how do you make someone's nose pointy? Or that one is that?
Make it a point. You can use the liquify to do that. On sometimes when you are, just like the makeup artists do, they can create contours, make it look like how the light will be if the person's face was like that. So they use the contours to reshape. So you can do the same thing even with dodge and bend when you're doing skin retouch and the advanced part.
Yes, sir.
Oh, with Photoshop, you can actually do almost anything and everything, provided you know what you're doing.
Okay, sir.
Oh, but that's a nice image. Okay, I think we are through, right?
Yes.
Yeah. If there are no questions, you have a question. There it is.
Sir, please, I want to ask that.
Please, you have a question.
The process we are using to retouch this image, is it the same as frequency separation?
Okay, frequency separation is different because the frequency separation aspect is where you separate the texture from the color, or the color of the skin, because frequency separation most often than not is used for skin retouching. So you separate the texture from the skin tone so that when you are blending, the texture is maintained as it's supposed to be on two different layers. So texture and color. So you can work on that. That's by the name frequency separation. So this is different because we didn't actually do too much to the skin. We're looking at how we can process an image and get it ready for further retouching. So if we were to be looking at further retouching, like let's say frequency separation or skin retouching and stuff, we would have gone further. We could have used frequency separation as a method because there are other methods like dodge and bend and the rest. Now, softwares are mimicking all these things where actions like plugins, you can just put it in it to analyze, You just do to an extent for you. Maybe if you feel like you want to add more, you can always add more. So frequency separation, we can have another class one day for that. Okay. We good? All right. So I would say thank you for these sessions. It's been wonderful. I'm pretty sure that we've been introduced to so many things. And I know for sure that you guys are not going to disappoint us by working in the bank after school or working in somewhere else. But you can build a community and make sure that the creative space also can resound to people that we are equally as important as other disciplines that most of our old peeps, our fathers, our mothers wouldn't want us to do. Because I'm pretty sure most of you probably had issues with your family when you wanted to do visual arts, let alone advancing towards a career pathway like communication design or, graphic design. Because they will ask you how much money you're going to make. They are only thinking about security for us. But if you can make it clear to them that it is worth our while and their while, they wouldn't have any problem. But it also depends on you. Now, people are infiltrating our space. People are doing medicine. We are in farm, nursing students. They haven't been, stationed, and so now, instead of being home alone doing nothing, they wouldn't choose selling water by the roadside as an option. They would choose the fanciest part, which is ours. So it means that if we have a space where we've been able to make people know that you can come from elsewhere and learn it easily, how much more those of you who are studying in school doing this? That's what I'm saying. It all depends on us. And also make sure that your presence on social media is equally as important to you. Create content, build yourselves. One day, it would be wonderful to have maybe 4 people over here or 4 students over here. Create a company. One is learning maybe multimedia. She's good with cameras. Coach Sheldon, he did nothing film. He's not the one behind the computer. He has put together people. So you guys can also come together yourselves and create companies. If I knew this then, by now, we even created a group, but it didn't really work. Because, most of us didn't have cameras that time. But we created a group. Today, I look at some of the work and it's very funny, it's very amusing. But we're trying, we're giving it our best. Today, you guys are here. Instead of making fun of each other all the time and every time, just going back from class to the rooms, nothing, no networking. One day, some of you are going to travel abroad and one person can be bringing stuff in for a company that you guys have built. Networking, I know any. So if you think yours, because they feel like say deeper we cry and we are all the same. You don't know how someone's life is going to turn out in the end. Today I'm telling you, some guy do you know RJZ? Yeah. The artist. He was in my class. But he's in a different space, but still in the creative space. Today, if I need someone to work on something for, I can contact him. In the jurisdiction of music or whatsoever. I have friends that I schooled with in SHS. Now they are music producers. They get gigs for me because the artists go to them and they will recommend me. Networking. It's important. You're going to get out of school and your friends who are doing other disciplines are going to need you. So you have to build yourself. It's important to go for workshops, functions. Sometimes, pay for certain places you can go. Don't always make it about FIFA and all. Oh, Charlie, there's more to life than this. You have to learn hard. You have everything at your disposal. I won't lie. Even AI crashes. During our time, we'll go check, we search for articles ourselves. Now, once you are even on Google, you type something, AI gives you an overview. Picks articles from places and brings it to you summarized. Unless you want to go in depth, then you can read further. But you guys are lucky. So you have no excuses but to learn and get better. All right. So I think this brings us to the close of our lengthy sessions. It was a wonderful one, and I really appreciate the fact that you guys involved yourselves to make it possible. I wished we had like one day, probably we'll be able to actually go somewhere, spend like a whole weekend to create content, because sometimes creatives do that. We'll go maybe like Bosumtre, somewhere close, or even anywhere. It can be a resort somewhere. We'll plan a shoot. I'm even planning on going somewhere to the village somewhere to take pictures of, the indigenous settings, someone herding cows, someone, all these things. I want to do all those things. It gives me happiness. It shows the other side of life, because most people that we school with or we see around, they haven't even seen certain areas before. They don't know certain foods. They don't respect certain cultures. But once you get closer to those people, you understand. May his soul rest in peace. Bob Pixel. I don't know if you ever heard of him. Okay, you guys are too young to know him. He passed on during COVID. I think we heard that it was COVID that caused his death. And he was a really wonderful photographer. Most of us looked up to him. He would go to villages, he would fly drones, and he's still on, I don't know, someone is actively using his page. So anytime it's his birthday, he posts an image of him to just, for remembrance. And you look at his work and you would love it. You just go to the village, see a hunter with a rifle on his neck or on his shoulder. You just ask him for a photograph, plants his light, like that. He wouldn't do too much. The old people, they have wrinkles that can be retained, just like you were asking. We don't have to remove everything. He gives detailed shots, retouches it well. They're just like an idea, like the kids who are, playing around with a cloth. Not everybody knows about that. People cutting cocoa pots and all that. If you go to his page, you see it, Bob Pixel, B-O-B Pixel. He's wonderful. And that's something I want to be doing too. So we can look at that. I want us to turn this into a club, a photography club, where we will do so much and enjoy ourselves much. And as the community grows, I'm be leaders. But when I'm being then we can you have a question here?
Yeah, so let's take it. So assuming you're a beginner and maybe someone wants to help you, like you don't have anything, you don't have a camera, you don't have anything, and someone wants to help you, and the person asks you that, how much do you need to start up? But you don't have any idea. So he said that maybe he will be giving you 20,000. What can you do with the 20,000?
A whole life to me, for instance, a whole lot. 20,000 is more than enough to get me started up, but it won't get me everything. All right, so you can get a very good camera body, a very good lens to start with. All right, Chrysocentric Rentals can give you even that counsel. You can come. They can tell you what they have in stock. This is my budget. I want this. I want that. Can it be possible? There are certain flashes. You don't always need HSS, because HSS will be more expensive than the regular ones. You can get that regular one and start out with it. But I would always prefer that you start out with natural. But 20,000 is more than enough to have all these things. Yeah, 20,000 also. Because you can get a camera body for, let's say, 8K or 9K. Let's say the 6D Mark II Crest can get that. Can get a decent lens, a 50mm, the normal STM as well. Then you can get a flash, get a strap batteries, and maybe even a softbox Crest. Yeah, to start out with. So if you have someone doing that, do your own homework, research into the cameras that you want to get. Make sure that you don't overbuy, because you can buy certain decent cameras. Today, we have R6 Mark III, Mark II. If I use them, they are all the same to me. But the R3 obviously will be more expensive. Someone will want to get that because it is R3. R6 Mark III. But an R5 is equally good. An R is equally good, depending on what you're doing. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So let's say 20K is your budget, for instance. You can look at a 6D Mark II. Then, or even the 6D, if you can get lucky to find, and now it's been discontinued. Canon doesn't make them anymore. Even the 6D Mark II, but there are some on the market that are good, new. Then get a very decent lens like a 50mm, the normal STM. Then you plant on it a flash. You're good to go. Small flash you can start out with. And even you have to even practice with natural light, so you might not always need a flash. Yeah. And once you get better and you start building your portfolio, people are contacting you for gigs and all that, you can accumulate enough to further, because by then you would have known what you need next. Yeah.
Okay, then another question. So, when you were coming up, like you building, how did you get all your team members? Did you find it easy or it was difficult as a leader?
Okay. I started working alone until I realized that certain gigs demanded more hands. So I started out with working one person on weddings, but I had been able to train myself to know exactly at what point the order of a wedding, for instance. I know that, okay, exchange of vows, the groom begins, then the bride will go next. So I can stand here, and I ask the video guy, Charlie, are you still shooting? If you're not, I can go underneath and reposition myself over there real quick. I can read it because I've been privy to it. Then over time, I realized that no, I need more hands, because sometimes the brides can be late and the program will be started. So then, if I want to still be with the bride, there should be someone over there. Then, because I was doing I started working on workshops or organizing workshops a long time ago, actually. I think I was still in school. Yeah, I even done some for College of Science when I was doing my service. That's why I had my service. I organized a lot of workshops. So through that, people want to learn. And so they always contacted, and I would always find them wanting to come to my sets. So with that, I realized who is doing well, who responds better, who does better in certain areas. Then I can go on projects with them. So that's how I was building my team. And when they get better, or sometimes they want to move up, maybe because they are done with school or something, they can go. And even when I need them, I can call on them. So every time I have people who want to do something for me, I can contact. And I also had friends from my class who are also photographers. So it's not always the same people, but I can have consistent people for, let's say, a whole month or 2 months, and I will just shuffle. But most of my work, I can do it all by myself, especially with my YouTube content. If I will plant a light here, I'll just take, if I need behind the scenes, I'll put the camera on a tripod and I reposition it as I wish. So if you want to build a team, start with your friends. Work on projects together, and you can build. But if you want to get people who are willing to help you or work with you, you need to create that avenue by maybe going on collaborative shoots, calling on people, asking friends to come through. You meet more people, because there are a lot of people like you who want to learn. Yeah. So socializing, then you meet new people. But one thing I've also realized is when someone needs something from you, that's when they get close. Once they get it, it's natural. But that's how it is. It's part of life.
And the last thing, so you did communication design.
Yeah.
So what was your specialization?
Multimedia.
Oh, okay. So you meaning that you focus on the photography more than
filmmaking?
The other part, more like we have multimedia. So like we have video production, animation.
Animation, all that, yeah. Animation is also video.
It's video.
Yeah.
But you chose photography, like.
No, I do filmmaking, live action. I think animation and live action, right? Oh. So live action is when you're using cameras to shoot human beings, and animation is when you're animating and animate objects. You can even animate anything else, draw characters, or even take pictures and animate subjects from it by cutting them out. I chose to do photography and filmmaking because I prefer to work with human beings directly. That's personally who I am. I've shot a lot of films, actually. I have most of them even probably on my laptop now. And the reason why I love working with people is that naturally, I feel like I like to relate with people, understand how they think, and I love to teach. Personally, I love to teach because the more I teach, the better I get to know and understand what I'm doing. Sometimes someone can even prompt me on something real quick. Oh, okay. The question needs me to rack my brain a lot more before I can produce an answer. And if I realize that the person understood what I said, it gives me satisfaction. So that's where I find my happiness, where I can impart and get it across really well, that is really comprehended, then I can go ahead and, do something further. So it's just a matter of the reason why I love doing this, or I wouldn't say I shifted. I can work with animators because animators also work with sound, So sound design on Premiere Pro and everything. Someone can give me his full animated video sequence and I can add sound to it in Premiere Pro. So I can work with anything and everything. Just that you wouldn't find me doing animation. Personally, I don't really love it as much, but I understand how it works. Because we're all in Kusia Pool. Yeah, it's a Kusia Pool and yeah. He was even my supervisor undergrad.
Okay.
Hey, Reverend. Yeah. You had one? Someone had a question. Was it you?
Yeah.
Yeah, or now fly away.
Yeah, I think you've answered it already.
Hey, what question was it then? What question was it?
Like, is landscape photography relevant in Ghana? Like, is it relevant?
How did I answer that? I've never answered that today. Is landscape photography relevant?
Yeah.
Of course it is. Why isn't it?
But most
You see that
focus on a portraiture rather than.
it's because that's where they can get money. Maybe there's not a ready market here, but there are sites where you can upload stock images and all that and to sell it. You can sell them. So they're relevant. Maybe there's not a ready market. You don't see people practicing it as much here. It's because Ghanaians, we don't want to take risks. Yeah.
It's mostly the outsiders that come.
Yeah, who come to do all these things. Yeah, practice that.
Those that come from outside and come and explore the country a lot more than Ghanaian.
And you realize that the images that are seen on the internet are not mostly shot by even ourselves as Ghanaians. Because the Ghanaian, I think there's one thing that's bothering Africans. So let's say, let me talk about my homeland, Ghana. We haven't gone past the basics. So now we don't have time for certain things.
It's a landscape.
Aye. What do you get from it? Now, makeup artists, done wedding makeup artists. Because that's what the money is. But we have fashion makeup artists. You see, the industry also doesn't create the avenues for certain people to also find something to do. You see, we don't even have high-end models on runways where Woodin, Printex, ATL, they are working with designers. All these things are supposed to be done by the creatives and whatever ministry, but they're not doing it. That's why you wouldn't see people doing. Now, you, an individual, 20K, be work or talk cameras. You're thinking about how to recoup the money back. Will you sit down to call designers and Charlie, how much will you charge? You want to organize it? No. I've organized so many things and I've wasted money in my life. I've realized why people want to go the safe route. But if you want to be better, sometimes you take certain risks, but it has to be calculated. You have to be wise about your spending. Because I tried a movie trade night. Imagine that putting together a film, it took me so much time and so much money. I shot everything myself, one camera, because I wanted a particular way. I can't trust people to shoot certain shots. You realize that the exposures are different. Sometimes the person is using a different frame rate. But this person is a professional, imagine. Then you work with these people, you put it all together. Once you're done, now you need money to promote. No one's giving me money. I have to put in my own hard-earned money. So I'll be able to expand and help more people. Now, because I'm the director, producer, executive producer, editor, cinematographer, DOP, doing all these things, I'll be exhausted. When I'm done with the work, you realize that these actors will go away and maybe it will take me like a month to 2 months to finish the production. That's 1 month to 2 months now. These people probably have gone through other things in life. They've forgotten crowds. They've worked on a film with me. Now, when you're bringing it back again, let's promote it. They are perhaps looking at other things. So now you see that it's a whole ball game on its own. But look at Hollywood. They have an industry. They have executive producers, people who are there. The studios themselves are mobilizing creatives to come together. So let's say Warner Brothers can liaise with Paramount Pictures and they will get a director. So they have a producer who will look for all those location scouts, whoever, bring them all together, a whole team of animators, a whole team of VFX artists, a whole team of audio effect artists, a whole team of camera operators. They can rent a whole big long vehicle container with all the gear they need in there. And they have people handling that, gaffers. Imagine such a production to take like a whole year. Once they are done, there are contracts that you don't say anything outside. When you go for interviews as an actor or as a crew member, don't say nothing about the film. Maybe when we want to release a theatrical teaser, then we put it out, kakrebi, then maybe they all sign NDAs and a lot of stuff before it comes out. They are well organized. Here in Ghana, when sorry, and I know ABB, not about he wants Ghanaians to appreciate it and all that. It doesn't work that way. The reason why these guys are still the ones thriving is because we don't care. We are thinking about other things. Yeah, dream okay, minya gigi bia. So every time they realize that industry is getting saturated. Now, it dampens or it even reduces your confidence in increasing your charges. Because now the clients don't care. There's more supply than demand. But look at the film industry. There's no demand. And so those who are supplying are just a few. But if it works, those who are supplying right now will be the ones to be the apex. And some other ones have to follow. But that's what gave me the confidence. Let me give it a try. Now, my other challenge was the people I was working with. The actors. They are not disciplined. If you realize that you are someone who watches a lot of Hollywood films and high-end films, realize the acting, top-notch. Certain films, you realize that the language, the accent, they learn it. You see, Ghana ni obenya time. During the Chinobedion, Tieda say, but page will be a koshe baby akoye. Once on their free time, that's when they want to try something on TikTok. It's sad. That's our problem. So we need people who says we are going against the flow, but it will take a huge risk. Now, even the big dogs are not able to make money from their films, let alone Yang. And the normal Ghanaian wouldn't want to watch you. They will watch Nigerian films.
Netflix.
Because Nigerians, they are able to supply. I'm a supplier, my bro so cram mom they are Ghana hanging. So that's the issue with Yang. I think that's what I've noticed. But over time, once you're able to go beyond, jump the hurdle of the basic needs, in life, I think we can do better. Yeah. But I think as we desensitize ourselves from how things are and make ourselves ready for the market and do better things, innovate, please, I'll really love it. I'll really be proud of you guys if you guys start working together like a company. Most of the companies were around. When it gets to the time where the political ambitious people, aspirants, I think that's the right word. Once they come together, teams, video amount. We were shooting that. When I got my first 100 CDs, I was happy. Because my papa remember me every time by the end of the month or amount be then times name I'm 300 CDs was enough. And then amount 300 CDs then 1 week ransom. Then times Mr. Jebo na appear. Figure drawing or more top brown sheets. I could tell whatever. Brave then times no method them be brave. And all that. But the money was enough. So when I made 100 CDs from maybe certain little shoots, I was like, hey, okay, this is a good venture. 2017, OBA. So if I hadn't started then, can I get the impact semester maybe out for people to even know me? That's the thing. So now you have the chance to work together as teams. You can start companies together. I don't say, we should move back. The whole thing, build it. Because someone can have a lot of money, but make the wrong investment and will lose everything. So if you put your money in the right areas, you can recoup. You can even make profits. So you have to start thinking as, teams, as entrepreneurs. I'm putting my minds together. Behind a strength. Maybe someone's strength is talking to people. Someone's strength is working, maybe computer genius. Someone's strength is maybe colors. No, it could be anything. Put your minds together. Or be there researching, or you're good with the research part. You can build an awesome team. But when I'm working together, I'm making more money. Because if you want to go far, we need to work together. If you want to go fast, yeah, you can work alone, but fast, how effective or how profitable will it be? But if we are working together, you have more, territories to cover. Tibacho, I want the one. Air conditioner now, it's too strong. But if we try the testimonials near. So, more questions, the kids aren't coming.
It would be the last question.
Okay.
Yeah, first of all, I really love the depth of your knowledge as well as you have a very wonderful perspective, and I would love to learn from you more. And I believe that this wouldn't be the end of our relationship.
Oh, for sure, no.
Yeah. So my question is, as I'm doing this, or as I'm retouching, or as I'm pushing sliders, basically I'm trying to make sure the color balance, the texture and other things are right. That is the technical aspects. Yeah, but I would also really want to be quite creative here. So my question is, when do I draw a line between being technically right and also kind of being also creative with my colors and other stuff, so that I wouldn't be constricted by the technicalities?
Okay. So you have to be more influenced by nature, seeing how things are supposed to look like, so that when you're pushing, you know at the back of your mind that this is too much, this is unreal. I know it. When you start, it's just like playing Mortal Kombat. Once you find a very effective move, the person will use it, but it doesn't make the gameplay look nice, all right? Because if you can do certain special finishes and moves, I don't know if the girls are following what I'm saying. But guys, you know what I mean. Yeah. Once you know one thing, you find yourself using a lot more. But you have to train yourself in such a way that you see things naturally. So that when I push greens, I know greens is too much. And don't be also this type of a person who is so technical that I know that I have to push it this way. Once it's at 6 will look good. No. Certain times, you can take two pictures, the same direction, but maybe someone wore white and just went across and the person got captured in the shot. The image size might be different because of the new color information there. A picture that's black and white is smaller in size, in file size, than a picture that's colored. It means color information has depth and weight. All right? So all these things are things that you have to understand and know. If I can increase all the vibrance of everything, but it'll still look good to the eye, depending on what it is. Of course, if there's a person in there and I over-saturate the person's skin tone, it doesn't look natural. But it might look natural if it's an abstract art. So all these things are things that you have to understand and know what you're doing, how far, an extent. And also you have to learn how to see through the perspectives of others. There are people who don't even care about the color, my dress is way too green. Someone will wear a particular color, come to the studio, take a shot of it. Tomorrow, you submit it to the person, augmenting maybe the blue in it. The person wouldn't even notice. But there's someone who notices, no, I thought they didn't see that net here. All right? So being creative is up to you. But sometimes when you are working with clients, do what the client wants, but you also have the luxury to do your own projects. And sometimes I always find people loving my work because of the ideas I have and I executed. Because if I got stuck to just client work, it will always be the same thing now. Because Ghanaians, if it's not marriage, it's birthdays. Or childbirth, yeah, christening and all. My portfolio will be just like that. But if you go out there, one day the kids I took pictures of who were using the cloth now, the mama was drinks. They were happy. We spent like an hour doing the shoot. They were happy. Just get your gear together. By virtue of Chrysocentric, we got the equipment and we used it to take those images, wide angle lenses and stuff, depending on what you're looking for. You know, maybe sometimes there's some little bit of investment. Maybe the guy who helped me out with transportation and stuff now, every shoot will cost you for sure, but sometimes you have your friends with you. If you have a camera, test it out on your own. Use the little things that we've learned. And if you have any question, we have that page over there. We can always ask and, go ahead. So don't be constrained. It's just like someone over there shooting a wedding. I've actually encountered that before. It was funny. The person was standing right next to me. Like, I'll share my settings. But the camera body, the lens I'm using, they are all different from yours. Why are you looking at my camera settings? I can use a different aperture size. You can use a different one. But you end up with the same exposure, sort of. Because maybe I was thinking about blurring my background or not. You were thinking also otherwise. But the exposure, the exposure triangle, ISO is the only one that stays true to one responsibility. But the other two, shutter speed and aperture, have other responsibilities or roles to play. Not just exposure. And I can change my shutter speed. You can have a different shutter speed. or the same shutter speed, but our shots wouldn't look the same, probably because your aperture was different from mine. Or probably where I was pointing at, or I even had a flash on top of it. How would you know? So being technical is good because it makes you understand why it happened this way. Then you apply your creativity to it to use why it happened this way to create something. So that when you are explaining, you have a reason behind it. And of course, once again, as I keep on saying, there's no mistake in a photograph unless the person who shot it deems it to be a mistake. Because I can expose my background to be overly exposed. And the image, if my subject is well tacked sharp and is well exposed, I can see is okay. Maybe I wanted my background to be white. And your whole problem. Unless it's for a client and the client doesn't want it that way, then you do it as they want. Okay? So yeah. I think we are done, right? Yeah. All right, so thank you. All right.
Please, my name is Mary, a second-year communication design student from Canon EOS, and then I attended the Kobbyshots workshop, and I would like to share my experience with you guys here. The biggest thing I learned today was that it's not about the gear, it's about the person behind the gear. Most of the times when we learn photography in class, rarely do I get to handle the camera, and then having the experience of handling the camera really helped me change my perspective about photography. I used to think that photography is very difficult in all of those things, but then when I handled the camera, I realized that photography is actually intelligence having fun. Kobbyshots is a teacher, yeah, he's a natural teacher, and how he goes about explaining things to us, you would just understand it. He has patience, and then he's knowledgeable too. He knows what he's saying, and then he can show you exactly what he's saying by practicing it. Yeah, so I definitely recommend you to join. Okay, so I hope to see you guys on the 1st and 2nd of July at the Kobbyshots workshop, and come and let's have fun. And yeah, as I said, intelligence is creativity having fun.
Hi everyone, my name is Mensa Richmond, a second-year communication design student at KNUST. I'm specializing in visual communication. All right, so we learned a lot. We've been studying the theory aspect in class, but then through this workshop, we've gotten a hands-on practical with the cameras and the lighting system. I was amazed about how the strobe light was able to overpower the sun to give us such a dramatic effect. We really learned a lot. Even we got the opportunity to also set up a softbox. Yes, we've been studying the theory aspect in class, but we didn't get the equipment, or we don't have the tools to practice. But then these workshops grant us the opportunity to do all of that. I will recommend the workshop to other photographers, beginners, pro. Trust me, when you come, you will love it. And you wouldn't know. Maybe you think you know, but then at the end of the day, you will find out something new that it will help your creative journey. From the experience that I've gotten from this workshop, I trust and believe that if you sign up and join, you are not going to lose it. It is going to be fun. So I'm hoping to see you there. Myself, I'll be there. So, yeah.
Please, my name is Jaden Setoji, a second-year student of KNUST. And then I'm giving an experience on how the workshop went so far. So we know we were coming to actually meet a genius like Kobbyshots. As you all knew him first, he came on campus and he taught you a lot. So when we came about, he already told me the workshop was going to be about how to actually use the basic lights in photography. So we all had this idea of planning to learn how to use the lighting systems in photography, since we only know how to use the ambient light, which is the sunlight, as you know, in our shoots always. So when he came around, he said a lot about the lighting systems. He taught me a lot about the types of lights we have, the strobes, the speed lights and all. So it was actually an outdoor shoot, and then we all expected very much as it ended as well. So at the end of it all, we got to learn that our strobe lights are actually very powerful in order to even overtake the intensity of the sunlight, as we all know. So this was something that helped me in shooting, even not only on a specific time of the day, but even whether the sunlight is there or not, you can be able to achieve whatever you plan to take. So I think the workshop was actually an impact and then helped most of us understood how the light actually works in photography. So what surprised me the most, first and foremost, we actually had these basic cameras that we mostly use on campus. So we heard of Cristocentrics as a rental company. So we came around and then, to my surprise, and that is the surprise I've seen, we saw a lot of cameras with a lot of different lenses, as we do see, during our research and stuff, which we've never seen in real before. So we were able to hold these lenses and practice with them, and then I was very surprised how some of them turned out to work. Oh yeah, I will be very, very available, let me say it that way. The workshop which is coming on the 1st and 2nd of July. Yes, so I'll recommend this workshop to everybody, especially the beginners as well, and even someone who is already matured in this field, who would like to learn more into this, can actually attend on that day. You are going to learn very, very well, and a whole lot as well. Thank you very much.
I'm Kelvin Ramos. I'm a student from Canon EOS Communication Design, Visual Communication. Something that surprised me from this workshop was that I came here thinking I was at a certain level, but then I found out that everything I knew before here wasn't really like at a level I was thinking I was. I loved the workshop. I was able to see and experience things that I wasn't expecting from the workshop. Yeah, I think the whole workshop was very fun, and also today with the retouching and everything, I was able to learn from what I was expecting, like when we said that we are only going to do the masking and everything, and what I was able to accomplish from the simple things I learned broke the ceiling of what I had settled for the workshop. This workshop is something that I would most definitely recommend to other photographers, especially people at my level or below, like the rest of my class. And I think it would be something very helpful for the rest of the class, being that now I am sure that when we come to our classes, I'll be able to execute my assignments in a much higher level than I was. So I would recommend the workshop for other photographers. I would also recommend everyone to attend the workshop coming on the 1st and the 2nd of July. And I hope to see and learn a lot with the coming workshop.
I'm Kennedy Jikunu. I'm a second-year communication design student in Canon EOS, specializing in visual communication. Today, I learned a lot in the Kobbyshots workshop. And one of the biggest things that I learned was about lighting. He revealed a lot about lighting and how it affects our images. He really said a lot about lighting and how it's the times and even the days that we take pictures, how it really affects our images and even the outcomes. What surprised me the most was the way he really delivered the lesson. He has a very broad and very deeper understanding of photography, the technicalities of photography, and he really explained it in a way that even someone who just paid a camera today, or a beginner, a total beginner, would really understand it in depth and in a very, very simple manner. As a student of photography, as a student who learns photography in school, the level of knowledge that I've been able to accumulate today, the things that I've been exposed to today is very much impressive, and I would recommend to anyone, whether a newbie, whether an expert in photography, you'll be able to learn much more, and I would really love to recommend it to anyone who is a newbie or whose hobby is photography. So I would love to see everyone on the 1st and 2nd of July. Let's come together to improve our skills in photography. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm David Chinri and I study graphic design at Canon EOS. I'll tell you, I've had so much fun and I've learned a lot from this workshop. Now, this workshop has taught me a lot from the theory that I learned from school. We were given the opportunity to use and hold the camera, experiment with light, and also we're taught how to, use our colors and balance our light when taking our photos. An expert like Kobe, who taught us his journey and his experiences in photography. And he has opened our eyes to see a lot of job opportunities and a lot of experiences he has had himself in this field. The expectations that I came with were met, and even it was a lot. Kobbyshots gave us a lot of information. He gave us so much, and I really love him for that. I'll recommend this workshop to everyone. If you are someone who is looking to enter into a field like photography, I think this workshop is the best for you. It will work really, really well. One thing I'll tell you is when you come here, pay attention to whatever Kobe says, ask questions, and open up. Okay, when we came here, a lot of us were shy. A lot of us, we didn't even know, because from school, where we read a lot, and even when there is a camera, it's one. But here, we got the opportunity to hold a camera and use it, feel it, personally, and take, pictures by ourselves. Okay, there will be another workshop coming on the 1st and 2nd July, and I would very much love for you guys to join this workshop. You'll love it. It's so much fun. You will hear a lot of things that would give you better ideas on what to do along the way.
So my name is Nyako Lawrence, a year 2 communication design student from Kwame University of Science and Technology. Actually, the workshop was good. What I learned personally, first of all, was lighting. So in photography, starting up, you have to know your lighting. Then also composition, how to compose your elements during the session. In terms of after you taking all your photographs, how to retouch them. So I learned about the patch tool for taking out any blemishes on your subject's face, and also learned about color correction and color balance. I recommend the upcoming workshop to other photographers because I actually learned a lot. I'll attend the full workshop on the 1st and 2nd of July because I think during that time I'll still learn a lot of things here on that day, so I'll attend.